man.
If you're on the tape.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcast, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Peace. Greetings, everyone. Glad to see everyone here. Press A1 if you can hear me. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Greetings to everyone that is new. Greetings to everyone that is old. Greetings to those who have been there before. Greetings for those who are having their first time here. Peace and love from me. This is Nemes, my African unicorn spider, as they call it, from the motherland. She represents quantum entanglement. She represents the web of entanglement on a quantum level, and that is what the weaver Neith in Kemet represented in the aspect of the creation. This is Ink Drop, a one-of-a-kind Lampropeltes, one-of-a-kind. This is a grafted morph that came out looking like this with perfect dots on his back. Thus we call him Ink Drop. Say peace, Ink Drop, to everyone. And there is Ink Drop. Snake style. All right. I'm glad everyone can hear me. I'm glad everyone is in good spirits. And I will start off with the affirmation. And the affirmation goes as such. Anki Mayat, Ms, Nin Tet Aset and Mayat, Min Habapet and Mayat, Her and Hu Kiui, Per E Kut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness, and I come forth as conscious light. My name is Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, for those who are new. I am a teacher, which is called the Saba. Saba is an ancient word for doorway, because the teacher serves the purpose as the opener of the doorway for those pupils to open their own doorways and eventually become teachers themselves. And this is why the word Saba is a word that means teacher, and it also means student and pupil, because just as I am a teacher, I am also a student and a pupil of the netter, a student and a pupil of the universe, of everything around me that could possibly teach me. I have no limitations in that which I learn. And one of the laws of Ma'at, according to the first scribe who wrote the laws of Ma'at, Ptahhotep, said, do not be egotistical of your knowledge. Seek knowledge from the wise person, just as much as you would seek knowledge from the workers down at the grind yards, because no man or person has reached their epitome of knowledge. And that is what I live by. And because I live by that, I am constantly expanding and growing. I am a teacher who has been here teaching since around 1993, 94. 94. I was officially teaching since 1994. I was a public teacher from 94 up until 98 and 99, and then around 2000 I went into seclusion and focused on finance and income, and became very successful at that. And then I went back into teaching, kind of blended the two. Went back into teaching, and then I taught on a group called Pal Talk, on a website called Pal Talk. I affected a group of people called the Hebrew Israelites, who opened up, who changed the name of their Pal Talk rooms to my name. I seem to have that effect on people when I debate them or converse with them. They seem to, I don't know, lose their they seem to go a little crazy, as we see happening right now. So they renamed their room after me, called We're Gonna Kill Amenhotep and his 6,000 gods. And then I just started converting Hebrew Israelites on Pal Talk. And then I went into seclusion again and only taught my inner family and a brother called Ahati Ma'at. He was a brother that I found as a Hebrew Israelite, or just kind of questioning Hebrew Israelite brother, who was in a state of almost, well, basically homelessness, who was very confused at the time. And I took the brother, taught him, did not judge him, taught him, and the brother has evolved into a god today. And I took him into my inner family and allowed him to come over to my personal dwellings and learn from me directly. And then for years, I only taught him and my inner family. He then pleaded after some years, or requested, can you please come and teach the public, because we go on shows like Sonnetter and other shows and we see all these teachers. He said, but people need to really hear how you teach. He invited me to come on to a debate group called the Lion's Den. He said they want to interview me, and I said sure. I went on to that group, got the interview, and then got challenged by the champion at the time. I said sure, why not? I'll have a talk with you. And they set up this big debate, the championship debate, and went in there and beat him, and then consecutively beat officially everybody that they brought, only because people are debating me on the topics that I teach on. I am a teacher. I'm not a debater. I've never challenged anyone in my life to a public debate or any kind of debate. I just keep getting challenged, and the official win usually is mine, and that's the official win. I never declare that I'm the winner. I never argue with the disgruntled opponents after the debate. I just win the debate officially according to the agreed rules, and then go on. And it's only because I'm a teacher at this. I seek not to debate, but it is good to keep me sharp, and also to keep the people engaged and excited, and learn how to question these religions. This Podclass, okay, so since I've been invited to come back to the public, then I started getting individual requests to have classes, 1 hour, 2 hour classes, where people were offering me reciprocity and paying me for the hourly time. But then it became 30 people, 50. It became too much. So I said, I'm going to shut down the individual classes, and I'm going to open up a pod class where everybody is invited to the pod class. All my students can ask me questions. Anybody from anywhere can ask questions. And all I ask in reciprocity is for the support for my time. So YouTube has removed my what's it called, super chat abilities. So what I've done is I've set up PayPal and Cash App, and I ask people, send in your PayPal, Cash App with a question or a donation, or whatever, whichever you please, to support the time. And I will put the question up on the screen, the Cash App donation, and then I'll have my class based on that. So that as I'm here for hours, there is reciprocity. I'm giving, I'm receiving, you're giving, you're receiving, and we work in ma'atic harmony as such, as opposed to charging individuals. And it takes up my entire day is done. If I have 5 people that want 2 hour classes, I'd rather just spend here for about 3.5 hours and break it down. I will not judge a question. There will be no drama here. All questions will be answered as thoroughly as possible. If I do not have the answer to a particular question, I just say, I don't have the answer to that, and we move on. There's no ego, but best believe that when I do have an answer, you're going to get dates, you're going to get archaeology, you're going to get one of our themes here in this pod class that I want everybody to know. 1 second here. I'm already getting in. There's already questions have come in. But one of our themes here is this right here, which is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. I defend the ancestors and what they taught according to what they left us. I don't add in any kind of overlay over what they taught. I don't try to speak over them. If we're going to speak about any ancient culture, we have to go by what they taught. We can't go by what we say over what they taught if we're addressing that ancient culture. And one of the issues with religion is that religion deals with what's being said by the leader over what the ancient ancestors taught. And so as I have my classes and my debates, I always tell my students, please go by the culture that you're speaking of. So welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I will be checking my email notifications for Cash App support. Let me check it right now and see what questions have come in. Actually, right before the class started, I received 2 already. Well, I received, let's go to it and see. Let's see here. Okay, good. Let me go to that. And what I'm going to do also what I do before we start is I give a shout out and respect to people that are in the room and the moderators. So we're going to give a shout out to everybody. This is Stranger, who actually created the term moderator. Peace and love to you, Stranger. Peace and love to Comedic, Netter, G. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to, that's one of the moderators, Nanny Osset Mur. Peace and love to Ashley Too Crafty. Like that. Ashley Too Crafty. And she gave what looks like a lightning bolt. Peace and love to you. Greetings. Let's get this class started. Super Danny Salinas, who I know and who knows me through the Tehuti, through the Killer Priest podcast over there when I used to have Tehuti Mondays, Ma'at Mondays. Peace and love to Jody. Jody, who used to be a moderator over at the Killer Priest podcast. That is where I know her from. Peace and love to you. She's at every class. Andromeda Miserabilis. Interesting name. Shout out to you, Andromeda Miserabilis. Peace and love to you. Ange Films. Shout out to you. And of course, the lovely Nyasha Champ, who supports every podcast. I bet I can go to my Gmail right now and see support and donation from her. She is a dedicated supporter. Let me go back to the comments and see everybody. Nasha Champ. We got shout out to Big Vape Flow. I can't say that name. You see the name? I can't seem to pronounce that. Fuko to Righteous. I don't know. Peace to you, Master K. Peace to you, Vinny. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's here. This is beautiful. We already have 70 people here, and I have not even started yet. One of the moderators, Unk E Ma'at. Shout out to you. Shout out to Zion Nazari, who says, "You got a corn snake, I got a boa." Yes. Somewhere in here, I do have a corn snake. I actually have two what they call corn snakes who just had babies, and I sell the babies. So I do have corn snakes. I think I have 2. This one here is a Lampro Peltes, though this is not a corn snake, but I do own those as well. So shout out to you, and shout out to Tish. Tish says peace. Everybody, yeah, shout out to everybody. I think that's everybody. Jordan Main says, Tehuti, I'm cool, but I'll cut your head off. Amenhotep Ra, yes, Tehuti. Tehuti, as in me, I'm cool, but I'll cut your head off. Kind of like Ip Man, who I come as I'll tell everybody my secret. Go back to the early 80s and watch a show called Columbo. There's my secret, everybody. There's my teacher. Go watch a detective show called Columbo, and you will see the snake style there when I was a baby. Called Columbo, a detective who'd wear a dirty beige jacket, and he comes as this humble man, and he catches every criminal because he looks harmless. And that is my style. I never come aggressive. I never come... You just watch Columbo, and you'll see. Watch Columbo and Ip Man, and read the book of Ptah-hotep, and you'll see what created me. Damn, I'm late, but you are here. We haven't started yet, so you're not too late. Peace to Sarah. Nice name. I just taught on that name, Sarah. Oh, and of course, Netzer the Greatest. Peace to Ahati Ma'at. Hati Ma'at is in here somewhere. I'll see his name. I'm just scrolling down. Peace to you, Netzer the Greatest. He is one of the greatest supporters. He constantly sends in the cash apps. Peace to the lovely... Saneti Amun, one of the moderators. Peace to you, Saneti Amun. And there is Ahati Ma'at. Peace to you, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to you, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the room. And again, and of course, the great Comedic Metergy. I think I've already shouted him out. Peace to everybody in the room. God Mine, another dedicated, loyal supporter to the Tehuti Podclass. We have a lot of people in here. So I can't go through all 88 people, but there's a lot of people in here, and I just wanted to shout out everybody. Let me state what goes on in this Podclass again. I'll state it again. This is a class where people ask questions by sending in cash apps or PayPals to support the Podclass and to support the mission and to support my time. I check my notifications. I put up the donation up on the screen. I read the question, and then I answer the question as thoroughly as possible. This is not a debate league. This is not a drama league. This is not anything of the sorts. This is a place where my students come to get information, and anyone can come get information, send questions, and I answer the questions. So peace and love to everyone. There's so many people. Oh, Mandarin, of course. I can't without Mandarin. Mandarin, another dedicated, loyal supporter of the Tehuti Podclass. Peace and love to you again. Let me put up the update for everybody again in the video form, because I'm going to go grab something. It's going to take a second, but in that second, I will put up the video update of the last debates. Catch me also on Sonnetter sometimes. I go on there, and here it is again. I'll play this because I have to step and grab something. So here we go. Everybody watch, and then after this, I'm going to go and read the questions because they've already started flooding in. Support everybody. Give support. Let me do this here again. This is another... oh, yes, I have to give a shout out to... Where are they? Where are they? I'm scrolling, looking. Okay, I see Sanetia Moon. I see Anki and Mayat here. I see... everyone is here. Don't tell me. There it is. Boom. Shout out to the moderators. Let me get this off the screen. Shout out to the moderators. Anki Emma, Tanani Aset Mur, Saneti Amun, and the unofficial moderator, Ahati Ma'at. This name was developed by the brothers Stranger. Stranger invented this word. Not moderators, but ma'aterators. Shout out to the ma'aterators. Okay, everybody send your cash apps, your PayPal to support. And here's my other, where's my other AI moderator? Let me see if I can find her. The AI moderator, here she is right there. Boom. There's the AI moderator. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put on the quick video to give everybody the update who just came in, and I'll be back in just a second. Enjoy the update. They're about my latest, basically just commercials or advertisements for the latest update, because in my intro I'm announced as being officially 9-0 in public debates, but I'm not anymore. I'm not officially 9-0. I'm officially 11-0 right now. So I'm going to put that on, and then I'm going to step away for a second, come back, and we're going to get right into the questions. Here we go.
He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's
Demand.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
All right, I am back. Peace and love, everybody. Press 1 if you can hear me. We're about to go to the questions right now. Let me go ahead and go to the boom. To the Podclass up in the corner. There we go. Okay, let me go to the questions. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into the class and the questions. The support questions. Let's take a look and go into this. Questions. We already got. These ones came in right before the class. Let me go to them. And let me see. We want to put in February 25th. Here we go. We have for the first one that came in. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Like I said, everybody, this one is not a question. This was actually just a donation. They want me to quote. This person sent money for me to quote JJ. Hold on a second here. You know, I just this is what's sent, so this is let's go for it. And then the next one is a question. So this one here, let me go to it. Here Here it is right here. Boom. Coming right up. I have to do all this manually, ladies and gentlemen, because they cut off my my super chat ability, so it does not pop up on the screen. It is all manual, so I'm doing this manually. So here we go. February 25th. This is who is this? Nito. Let me go. Here we go. And the first donation is from Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell, shout out to Nito Campbell, and his donation is not even a question. His donation is for Stop Trying to Flip the Script, Letter of Aristides. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, that's something. Thank you, Nito Aristides. He's actually quoting JJ in my last debate, who kept saying the letter of Aristides, the letter of Aristides. Stop trying to flip the script. So I guess this brother sent in a very generous donation for me to read the JJ quote. So thank you for that support, though, Nito Campbell. It's a good way to start the class with a little bit of comedy. That's that's pretty funny. And we got the next donation question is coming from Zane. Zane sent $20. Thank you, Zane. Shout out to you for, let's see what this one is, for meaning of the eye of Ra, Horus, and Hamsa hand. Let me read that again. Zaid Prudent sends a $20 donation for this question. Basically, what is the meaning of Eye of Ra, Horus, and Hamsa hand? Wonderful. Okay, let me get that off the screen. So like I said, everybody, I have no idea what the questions are going to be. You can send in any question you want pertaining to knowledge to uplift yourself, the audience, and just anything you want to learn about. So this is the only place that you can do such. So she sent in about the Hamsa hand and the Eye of Ra. Very popular. Very popular. These are very popular. A lot of people wear the Eye of Ra, the Eye of Heru. Very popular symbols. Let me go back and see. Everybody press 1 if you can hear me clearly, so that when I answer this question, it is, I don't know if Zane is in the room. She sent me a message and said even if she's not in, to go ahead. So I don't have to keep checking for her, but I'm just asking to see if she's in. If you're in, peace. I'm about to answer your question, but since you sent me a message also saying if you're not in, just go ahead and answer. So I'm your genie. I will go ahead and fulfill the request. So what is it? The Hamsa hand. Okay, let's go. Here's how we answer questions. I'm going to go ahead and go screen share. Here's the first one. Boom. We're going to screen share. And let's look into the Hamsa hand. Some people may have seen this symbol before. It's a hand with an eye in it. Let me go ahead and let's pull it up here. Boom. Okay, so here is the Hamsa hand, which is this symbol right here. You'll see a lot of people wearing this symbol. It is a hand with an eye in the center of it. And okay, the Hamsa, also known as the Hamsa, the Hume's hand, hand of Fatima, hand of Miriam, is a popular symbol found throughout the Middle East and Northern Africa, particularly within Islamic and Jewish faiths. It is one of the national symbols of Algeria and appears in its emblem. Hamsa appeared in form styled with two symmetrical thumbs, asymmetrical and asymmetrical, with a clearly defined thumb and a pinky finger. Either form may be displayed with the fingers pointing up or down. The center of the hand often contains further symbols, especially that of an eye. However, different cultures may fill the hand with symbols relevant to them. Now let's get into the origin of this. Okay, let's get into the origin of this. The first use of the symbol can be traced to the civilization of Phoenicia that spread across the Mediterranean between 1550 and 1330 BCE. Let me clarify something. The symbol itself isn't as old as 1550 to 1330 BCE. The people that they're calling the Phoenicians are, just for clarity on that. Not the symbol itself. Symbol itself goes back to around the 5th century. The Phoenicians used an image of a hand representing Tanit, patron goddess of their capital city, Carthage, controlled of the lunar cycle. Controller of the lunar cycle. With time, her hand became protective amulet, and in its own right was used to ward off the evil eye, one of the oldest manifestations of human fear. The symbol was adopted by the ancient Sephardic Jewish community of the Iberian Peninsula, who named the hand of Miriam after the sister of the biblical Moses and Aaron, associated with the number 5, Hamish in Hebrew, to represent the 5 books of the Torah. It also symbolizes the 5th letter of Hebrew, which is Het, which represents one of God's holy names and further reminds Jews of their 5 senses when praising God. All of this is quite interesting, and I am going to do what I always do for you all, which is give you the root of all this. Where did all this come into existence? And I want you to note that no matter what culture, the symbol is always associated with a woman. Note the other symbol of the Hamsa is Het, which is actually Het, Heru, Aset, Sekhmet, and the female goddesses. So let's look at this symbol, and let's look at what it says, who it represents. All women. So in Islam, when you go to Islam, it's the hand of Fatima. When you go to Judaism, it's the hand of Maryam. When you go to the Phoenicians, it's the hand of the goddess Tanit. All females. Why is this symbol associated with females, and why is it associated with 5, which is the 5th Hebrew letter, which is Het? Where did the word Het come from before the Hebrew language even developed? Because remember, the Phoenicians that go back to around 1550, right? They were writing a language prior to the modern day so-called Hebrew, which is around 600 BC, is the modern day. This goes back before that. But yet the Jews say this represents what's called the Het. Was there a Het before 600 BC? Absolutely. So, whoops. Let me go back to the screen here. And you'll see that it's always associated with the women. And when you look up Het, Het is Het Heru, who is also Aset. Sekhmet, the female goddesses. These are all goddesses, and they're also, some of them are the same goddesses because the names for them actually describe their attributes. Let's go to Tanit, which they say it originates, ancient deity. So Tanit, spelled Tanit, chief goddess of Carthage, is equivalent to Astarte. Who is Astarte? Ishtar. Ashtaroth, from where you get the word star from. East. That's where you get the word east from. Ishtar, or east. Aset, which is where you get the Freemasonic group, the Eastern Star. So whether you go to the Babylonians, the Phoenicians, the Muslims, the Jews, it seems like this symbol and this Hamsa all relates back to a woman and protection. She's the connection with the heavens. She was the mother goddess. Fertility symbols also accompanied representations of her. She's probably the consort of Baal Hammam, or Ammon. Who's Ammon? Of course, Ammon is the Kemetic god Ammon, which, even though you have Ammon amongst the Canaanites, before the Canaanites even existed, you had Ammon in the pyramid text. The chief, which is 2400 BC. The chief god of Carthage was also given the attribute of face of Baal, although Tanit did not appear in Carthage. Here it is, before the 5th century BC. She soon eclipsed the more established cult of Baal Haman, and the Carthage area was frequently listed before him on monuments in the worship of Tanit, and it goes on. But what we have is this symbol here. Here is the ancient symbol that they found of Tanit. And what does this look like, everybody? What does this symbol look like? So even though they have this this Phoenician symbol, as they called Phoenician, which is really a Greek word, Canaanite, Punim Canaaneum, even though they have this symbol here, what does this symbol look like to everybody? They say it represents fertility. Fertility is life, right? How do you say life? In the Metanetter, you say it like this. The Ankh. The Ankh, which is also the knot of Aset. That's why when you look at an Ankh, you'll see in the middle of it, it's usually tied with rope. It symbolizes the tying of a knot. The knot of Aset, or the Tet Aset, is this Ankh with its arms down, which represents the menstrual cycle and where life comes from, which is the blood of the woman. This symbol existed in Kemet as far back as the Pyramid Text, 2400 BC, which predates this mutation, this change of it, which is a fertility symbol, which represents Astarte, which represents female fertility, and we see that it originates with the Ankh. So this symbol here goes back further than the Phoenicians. They say it goes to, and it represents in the Jewish faith, the Het. Let's look up Het and see who Het is and how Het ties into the hand and the eye, what they're calling Hamsa. So we go back over here. Let's go to KV 17, Tomb of Seti I, side chamber reliefs. KV 117, the Tomb of Seti, side chamber. The walls decorated with the Book of the Heavenly Cow. Figure of the cow depicted near the northwest has suffered loss of the coloration due to it. But let's go on. Men Ma'at Re Seti I was the pharaoh of the New Kingdom, 19th dynasty of Egypt, son of Ramesses I and Setri, and the father of Ramesses II, 1294 BC. Here is Het. This is Het Heru. Het Heru, also Sekhmet, and the reason why you see Aset and the female deities with cow horns, because it represents Sekhmet and the Het. Het is an ancient Kemetic word of where you get house from. It is the word house, and it's also the word for penis and husband, which is why in English the male of the household is called a husband, which has the word house in it, which is house band, the one that bands or wraps the house. Where is this from? Oh, my mic plugged out. Patience, and it should be. I'm back. Okay, wonderful. So when we look at the word for healing, because remember they say the hand and this Hamsa is a healing protection symbol. When we look up healing, we see the other name for Sekhmet, which is Uwajit, which means eye paint, or to go on an expedition or a journey. And it also deals with being healthy. Now, when you look up the healthy Uwajit, what do we see right here? That predates the Hamsa. It's the symbol that was placed into the Hamsa, which is the eye. This ties back into the question that the sister asked about the eye of Ra and eye of Heru, and how does it tie into the Hamsa? The eye was the Uwajit, which means to be healthy, which means to be safe, to protect, strong flowing, because when you are safe, you are protected. It is life. There is the Tenet symbol, which is the Ankh symbol that became the Tenet symbol afterwards, and this is what actually bred the Hamsa symbol. Protectiveness, you see, and that's why they say the Hamsa was the protection, the eye. You see the Uwajit, which is protection and strength. So we see the originality of this symbol actually comes from Kemet, and the eye of Ra, or also the eye of the Uwajit, the female healer. The eye of Heru, which was also the protective, which was a protective symbol of an eye because it was said that healed Heru. Okay, so there is the Uwajit, which is the original concept of why the eye was associated with healing, because it has a story to it. Heru's eye was healed by his mother. Here is the symbol of Sekhmet. Her other name was the eye, which was Ma'at. Ma'at's other name was Sekhmet, and Sekhmet's other name was Ma'at. Not the Ma'at who is the wife of, who is the female goddess of Tehuti, but this is another Ma'at. A lot of people don't know that Sekhmet's name was also Ma'at. She was called the Eye of Ra. Here we go back to the oldest spiritual known book on the planet Earth, which is called the Per Emharu, today called the Book of the Dead. And what do we see here? Okay, we see, I'll blow this up right here. We're on page 197 of the Per Emharu. To the end, before the Lord of the Earth, I see the filling, the Uwachits. There's the Uwajit in Anu Heliopolis. Let not let evil be done to me. So we see here is the eye that they use for the Hamsa symbol, comes from the Uwajit, and right in the oldest spiritual writings that were in a mobile book, which goes back to originally 1550 BC, and the most popular one is 1250 BC, the Book of Ani. It associates the eye with let not be done evil to me. So the eye was a symbol of protection thousands of years before the Hamsa symbol existed as it is today. Now we see here, Lord of Eternity, I feel, I perceive, I am the Lord of the crown in the Uwajit, the crown in the Uwajit, and in my egg twice is granted me to live, because you want to live a second time. This is where you get the second death of Christianity from. I believe it's in the book of Revelations 24 to 6. 24 to 6. The second death. This is where it comes from. I am in the Uwajit. I exist by strength. I come forth. I shine. I go in and come to life. There is the Ankh. Come to life. I am in the Uwajit. So we see the Uwajit symbol. The eye, called the Uwajit, Ucha, the healing eye, is associated with life and protection. It says here, on my throne I sit in the pupil of the eye. See right there, the Te'asert, the pupil of the eye. I am Heru, traversing. Okay, over here, this is what we do in true culture that is not done in religion. And that's why if you ask a religious person to do this, they will fail, which is, show me the original writings. Where is it in a museum? Where is it in archaeology? Where can we find it? Okay, over here we have the instructions. Here's the original writings. And over here it says, these are the laws of Ma'at, now that associate with the eye. Set your goodness before people, then you are greeted by all. What does this mean, everybody? So this is a very important law of Ma'at that is associated with the eye, which is, you set your goodness before people, and then you'll be greeted by all. So that means this is the principle of the P's and Q's that I broke down on the Sonetter show, which is be what you want other people to treat you, and then you'll be greeted and welcomed. If you come off with a negative energy and negative attitude, people will not want to greet you. People will want to shun you away. If you set your goodness before the people, before you even get to them, that means your reputation and your examples of your good behavior is set forth before the people. They will be inviting of you in. One welcomes the Uraeus. What's the Uraeus? The Uraeus is also the eye. It is the Ararat. It is the serpent on top of Sekhmet's head. And one welcomes the Uraeus and spits on Apophis. Apophis is a pep. Both of these are serpents. It's showing you the duality of the serpent. One is evil. One is what you want to be. One is negative. So you can either be as the positive serpent, which is welcomed in, or you can be like the serpent one spits on. Guard your tongue from harmful speech. That means when you analyze your words in the day, according to the laws of Ma'at, is your speech helpful to people? Is it harmful to people? The tongue is vibration. The tongue generates vibration that can hurt people's feelings, that can damage or destroy. It can also build people up. Then you will be loved by others. This is what the laws of Ma'at say. This is what I live by, and this is what I teach my family and the household that I live in, is to follow the laws of Ma'at. When you speak upon someone, are you speaking about them in good terms, positive terms, helpful terms? Even if you're telling them something negative about themselves, will it help them? Are you just speaking through animosity and contention to always want to argue? You will find your place in the house of God, which is the netter. You will share the offerings of your Lord. When you're revered and the coffin conceals you, you will be safe from the power of the netter. Do not shout crime against a man when the cause of it and the flight is hidden. That means you do not go by what gossip says about somebody. You go by investigation. So if the cause of what's happening is hidden, you don't just shout out of your emotion that person has committed a crime. You end up blaming somebody for something they didn't do because you didn't do proper research. Whether you hear something good or evil, do it outside where it's not heard. Put good remark on your tongue while the bad is concealed in your belly. These are the laws of Ma'at. And here is where the concept of the third eye, or the eye of Heru, is associated with the pineal gland or the pituitary gland. Whenever you ask somebody about the third eye, they always show it to you on their forehead. If you ask somebody to show that to you in ancient culture, this is where it comes from. From the Book of the Dead of the Purim Heru, plate 18. Here is Ma'at, the eye of Heru. This is what the sister asked about. Ma'at, Heru. And where is the eye of Heru? Splendors, which is light on the forehead of Ra, the Apit Ra. So we have the eye of Heru on the forehead of Ra, and this is where the concept comes from of the eye, or the third eye on your forehead. And that's why if you ask anybody, where's the third eye? They always point to the middle of their forehead. It comes from this right here. Okay, so the eye right here with shining splendors on the forehead of Ra. That's where it comes from. And here's the concept of it again right here. The eye of Ra, and that is Heru the elder, which is Ra. Okay, here's another symbol of it. And okay, here it is with the translation. Your hands upon your radiance, eternal king, jewels of the heavens mistress, gold gives life to your nostrils, the lady of the stars enfold you, and the ladies of the stars is of course Aset. She is the lady of the stars, and this is where you get Aset, Astarati, Ashtaroth, and Ishtar, and East, and all these words. It deals with the stars, and that's why the word star is actually named after these goddesses. And it says here, while the crown decks your brow, the cobra. That's the cobra on the forehead, and that's why you see the pharaohs with the cobra on their forehead. When you go to the word for cobra, right here, this is line B, this is BB, and you see the word cobra, and it's this word right here, Uwajit. So the cobra is the Uwajit. Okay, here is the papyrus of Henutawi, where Henutawi is bowing down, and you have Baba the baboon, and you see them with their hands up to the Uwajit, the eye. This is where the eye symbol originates from, and it's all throughout Kemet. Now, when we go to the tomb of Seti in the Amduat, we see this symbol right here. Actually, this one is actually in Henutawi's, because it's in many, but this one's in Henutawi's. We see two women sitting in front of two serpents with the sun in the center. Notice they're sitting down, but you can't see what they're sitting on because this is symbolic. They're actually not sitting on anything. They're forming seats. The word for seat in Kemet is Aset, which represents rulership. The Aset, or the seat. It's a chair or a throne. But you notice they're pointing to their third eye. Both goddesses here are pointing to their brow. Let's take a good look at it. You see this one here pointing, and over here pointing. They're both pointing to their head, showing you this symbol here has something to do with the third eye, which is why you see two serpents raising up to a sun, and this is where you get the concept of kundalini from, raising up to the pineal gland or up to the brow. Now, when we look at this symbol and draw around it and put the actual human head of the pharaoh over top of it, what we see here is we see this perfectly matches the symmetry of the pharaoh's head, where you see the two women sitting down, which are sitting down shaped directly around his cheeks. You see the nose is directly in the where the serpents are, raising the sun. Why? Because this is where the word pyramidos comes from. Pyramidos, which is actually the shape of a nose, is actually pyro, which is fire, and middle, so fire in the middle. Because when you breathe in oxygen. The oxygen ignites off the acid in the red blood cells. You breathe out carbon dioxide, and you breathe out heat, or a form of a fire. So you see the two serpents representing the fiery serpents going up to the third eye, which is the sun right here, and which is fire. And guess what the word for fire is in Kemet? It's sun, S-U-N. That's the word for fire. So you see here that this symbolizes the third eye and the protection of the pharaoh. Okay? Which brings us to closing on this. We see the aura. That's where you get the word aura from, as in the light that's around you. And we see the arat Heru is the green of Heru. The green, because green represents health and protection and healing, which his mother used to heal him. And that's why you see the eye of Heru is also the same word, is actually green. The word Uwajit is green, and that's why when you look up Uwajit on page 9 of the Papyrus of Ani, we see Uwajit right here, A-U-T, and that apostrophe is a cha, Uwajit, and it is green because it represents protection, the eye healthy, perception, and judgment through Ma'at. Green is earth and resurrection. And that is why when they describe the Hamsa, when you look it up in the encyclopedia, they say it represents perception. And when you look up the eye, you see that the eye actually represents perception or reception of these senses. So when you look at the, there's a thing called Heket in Kemet, and it's a mathematical system of 1/64, 132, 116, 1/8, 1/4, and half. And when you look at the symbol of what they're calling the eye, they call this the eye of Heru or the eye of Ra. But when you look at it, this does not look like an eye. Nobody's eye actually looks like this. This is actually several Kemetic Medunetter symbols forming this one symbol. The only thing that's the actual eye is the circle in the center. All of these around it are actually Kemetic words and mathematical codes that represent your senses. So you have this one down here, this one over here, this is this over here, 1/64, which is the stake. The stake, which represents the sense of touch, because you're hammering in something into the ground. Hammering, which represents touching something. You have this swirl right here, which is the Fibonacci sequence. But what this swirl also is a wheat swirl. It's a symbol in Kemet for the growth of a plant. And of course, one of the most popular foods in Kemet was the wheat. And so this represents the sense of taste. So here we are, where the eye symbol is actually a symbol of reception of all of your senses. We have this symbol right over here in the corner. And if we go over here, this symbol here is the horn. It's a horn symbol. It's a horn symbol, which is actually symbolic of the ear and the trumpet and the bull's horn, which you're able to hear it through the sense of ear, or your olfactory senses. So here we are with touch, here we are with taste, here we are with hearing, and then when you get to 1/4, it is the circle, which is the eye, and that is the sense that is always working, always judging something, which is your perception. And then when you get to this symbol right here, which is in the Uwajit, it is the nose, and that is your sense of smell. There are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 senses, which are really only quintuplicated one sense, because they all deal with a sense of touch. But there's your 5 senses. And then over here, is your sixth sense, which is the brow, and that is your sense of thought. This is why whenever they show somebody thinking, whenever you see somebody in thought, you see their brows start to wrinkle up in the middle. It's actually not their brows wrinkling. The brows are causing a furrow in the middle because your brows are directly moving based on your thought. So here we have the actual six senses, and that is the eye of the Uwajit. That is where the Hamsa symbol comes from. And I hope I answered your question, Zane, Prudent, for the Eye of Ra, Horus, and the Hamsa hand. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for that question. That is how I answer questions, and we will move on. Zane, peace and love to you. And let's get on to the next question. Okay, let's go. So we're going to go to my inbox. I already see several several questions sent in. Let me get some water. Everybody here? Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear. Okay, so no, it's press 1 if you can hear, please. Everybody's pressing 1. Wonderful. Okay, hopefully there was sound when I was answering the question of I'm not sure when the sound came out, but man, internet world is strange. Okay, good. We got sound again. So shout out to Zain for the question. That is how I answer questions. Everybody who is new to the room. Tish is still saying no audio. I'm not sure what to do. I have audio here. Several are saying they can hear, and one person saying they can't. So when let me see something, please, everybody. Okay, let me see something. When did the sound go out?
If everybody heard the answer.
Okay, when did if okay, let me see something here. Let me see. I need to know when. So nobody heard that whole answer I was giving. Let me get a. Let me see what the. So. Oh, just during the water break. So everybody heard the answer on Hamsa. It was just when I. We heard the answer. Thank you, Silos. Okay, good. All right, good. As long as you heard the answer. Okay, wonderful. We heard the answer. That's all that's important. Shout out to Naisha Champ for sending the $5 donation. And respect to you. Naisha Champ is always supporting. Let me go. Let me go here. Okay. Okay, let me check something from my moderators here. Okay. My moderator is saying someone in the room is causing chaos. Moderators, if you have the chaos comments, put them up. I'll put up in the room, and then we will put the person out. We are here for knowledge and understanding. That's what we're here for. Thank you, Naisha Champ. Let me go. Let me. Thank you so much. Okay, peace, everybody. If you can hear me, I'm sure the sound went back. I see ones from Celine Rock. Okay, wonderful. As long as you heard the answer. Okay. Blessings to Drop Top. Blessings to you. And let's go to the next. We have more cash apps that were sent in, more questions, and more support. Let's go and check. We had Naisha Champ, and okay, we have also, if you send a Cash App or a PayPal, and you don't want your Cash App to be shown, you can put that in the message too. Okay. Oh, we have Mandarin with the $11. Shout out to Mandarin. Okay, it says don't show the name. Okay, I'm just gonna show this. Shout out to you, Mandarin. Mandarin always in the room, always giving support. Shout out to you, brother. With the 11 number, the sacred 11. I love it. Let me go ahead and put you up. Shout out to you, my good brother who always supports. And let me check and see and make sure that the name for Gaiman of Huntback. Mandarin, are you in the room, brother? Shout out to Mandarin. I don't know what that message is. They're gaming a hotback. Not sure what that is, but shout out to you and thank you for that support. I don't know if that's a question or if that's something. Maybe type that in the room, and I'm gonna put up on the screen. What is that you put? Because I don't know what to show here. Oh, check the email. Okay, I'll check the email. Okay. So everybody, if you could, I don't know what the limitation of the Cash App notes are, but try to put as much as you can in in the Cash App. Peace Tehuti, could you talk about the pictures? Let me see. Okay, I got pictures. Okay. Of Gemin. Oh, I see. Let me blow this up. Okay, Mandarin, I see what you sent me. I'm going to address this. I'm going to address this next Podclass. I'm going to address this next Podclass. Talk about the pictures. Me and you will talk after this personally, and you can tell me what you want to know, and then I'll go look in my notes or in my information for what I have on this. Right now, I have no information on these pictures that you sent me, but I will go over this in the next Podclass and maybe find out exactly what you want to know and go look it up and see what I have on there. But thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for that, and I have this in my record. We have I think this is Donkey here. I think this is Donkey here. What? This is funny. People are sending Cash Apps, quoting some of my opponent's classic crazy quotes. So we have here from, I think this is Donkey. I'm not going to say the other name because I think he doesn't want the other name, but I think this is Donkey here. I'm going to put this up. Shane. If this is you, Donkey. If not, then I'll just say the name that it shows. What is your primary source, my brother? Rasul. That is Rasul's favorite quote. I love it. What is your primary source, my brother? Yeah, he always says that. Shout out to Rasul. I miss that brother. I haven't seen him in a while. Rasul from the Killer Priest podcast. And shout out to Killer Priest. And that is from, I think that is from Donkey. Let me check the comments and see. It is the Donkey. Yes, okay. Shout out to you, Donkey, right? This is because I saw the other name and I know that name is you, so it is the Donkey. What is your primary source, my brother? That's hilarious. Shout out to you for that. Welcome, Naya Ninti. Welcome to you to the room, and let's go to some more of the Cash App questions and support. We've got one question down so far, and let me go check the rest. Shout out to everybody for your support. You guys are wonderful with that. Okay, let me go back to the notifications we have. Nanny, I'm eating in like 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, we have oh, here's a great question. Here's something. Let me check the room and see if somebody's here. Who was telling me there. Brother Prodigy. Is Prodigy in the room? Brother Prodigy. Are you in the room, Brother Prodigy? Brother Prodigy, are you in the room? Prodigy. He said his computer was going haywire or something. Brother Prodigy. I just got a wonderful question in. I don't see Brother Prodigy. He said his computer was going haywire. Okay. So, no problem. Stranger. Shout out to Stranger in the room on how the serpent translates as an aspect. Nice. Very, 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 very nice. Let me put this question up. Very, 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 very good. One second, everyone. I'm going to put this up. And open. I just got a great question in. Let me go ahead and put up the question for everybody. And I do have to take a little bit of a break, a couple minute break in a moment. But I'm going to put up this awesome question that was just asked. And like I said to everybody, I do not have any idea what questions are being sent in. I just do my best to answer thoroughly the question. So this question came in from Stranger Sandoval, which I believe is the same stranger who named the moderators. Let me go ahead and put this up. Put this up here. I'm going to put the question up. Here is the good brother's question, which is, boom, shout out to Stranger. Shout out to Stranger with the support. Stranger Sandoval, $20. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. And it is saying, Tehuti, can you elaborate on how the serpent translates as an aspect of God historically? Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm going to leave that there. Beautiful question. Oh, that's you? Oh, good. Okay, so Stranger, it's good that I know the names of the how the PayPal and Cash App names match the names in the room, so I know who's saying what. And Godmind says, "Can I pay JJ to answer something?" He said in the debate. Oh man, you guys leave JJ alone. What is this? The Hebrews did all the work and helped the Greeks do what exactly? He doesn't know why he lost. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I don't. Shout out to you, Godmind. My opponents never seem to know why they lost. I don't. It's not up to me to say. They have to check the votes and ask the crowd. I don't declare the winners. I don't decide the winners of my debates. I just do the debate and walk away humbly. However it goes, it goes. But yeah, I don't know why a debate would get somebody so emotionally aroused. Either you win the debate or you lose. Let me. That was a beautiful question. That was a wonderful question. And while I'm pulling up that question, I just want to tell everybody, when it comes to debates or anything of the matter, when it comes to playing chess, there's chess tournaments. And after the chess tournament and the person leaves with the trophy, the official winner, of course, people can come and critique and say, you moved your rook to the left, you made a mistake, and I took your rook. You shouldn't have moved the pawn that way. The pawn should have moved this way. And the person can call out as many mistakes as they claim to see. At the end, after the person's rook is gone, their queen is gone, and they say, yeah, I made those mistakes. I had 3 pawns left, and those 3 pawns checkmated you. And I won the game. Checkmate. And of course the person gets angry. You should have moved the rook. And it's like, fine. I mean, that's great. The match is over. If you want to call another match, call another match. People should not be, sore losers. But anyways, let's go to this question here. This is a beautiful question. Thank you, Stranger, for the banners up, the branding, support, and yes, support. Okay, let me see something here. One of the moderators are complaining. Okay. Yeah, so before we put JJ out, because it seems like he's in here just causing chaos, I don't even know why he's here. If he wants to send a Cash App support and send a question in, he can. I'm not going to get caught up in any of my past opponents' nonsense. Now he's saying the Sonnetter show is biased, but not when he won against Tazariak. The brother debated another Hebrew named Tazariak, and the audience in Sonnetter said that brother JJ won that debate. I'm going to scroll through all the posts and see if when JJ won the debate, if he called the show biased, or is it only when he loses? All right, let us go on. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to ignore that brother. If the brother continues to put chaotic posts, yes, moderators, you can remove him because he's not here for the class. I don't know why he's here. He hasn't congratulated me in all my wins that I had up to Zion Lex. He's congratulated me, except for when I won against him. All right. So moderators, if he gets too out of hand, you can remove him because he's not benefiting the room at all. Let's go to the question. Thank you, brother Sandoval, who asked the question. With Tehuti, can you elaborate on how the serpent translates as an aspect of God historically? I have to take a small break. It's going to be about 4 minutes or so. I have to take a break. And when I come back, I'm going to address this beautiful question because, as you can see, I love the serpent. I love the serpent symbolism. And we're going to get into this beautiful question, everybody. So let me see if Ahati Ma'ad is in the room, if Prodigy is in the room. Where are you guys? Son of Yasharallah. JJ200 in here smelling like boo-boo. Oh, you guys are harsh. And son of Yasharallah, are you a Hebrew? I'm going to assume you're a Hebrew, just to show even the Hebrews are seeing the chaos. So shout out to you. Shalom lakum to son of Yasharallah. You know, there's no bias in here. We're going to Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at. Let me see. Oh, hey. This brother here, let me see something here. Silos Congas. Hey, Silos Congas, are you the brother that was on, I think you came on Sonnetter one time? Maybe speaking of the Olmecs? Your name looks like that brother. Shout out to you. I think I saw you as a moderator on the Sonnetter channel. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to take a couple-minute break. In that break, I'm actually going to put on a section of the past debate for you guys to watch. And when I come on, I will answer the snake question. Let me go.
It's him, Silos.
Silos? Okay. Great, Silos. Let me put on this for you guys as I take a little intermission break. And shout out to you, Chris Harris, if you're in the room. Shout out to you, Chris Harris, if you are in the room. And let me go ahead and put a little bit of this on. One moment. Here's my headphones. Okay. Put this on for you guys while I take my little intermission. And we'll just play some of the...
All right, put your joint on mute when you're not talking, brother.
Okay. One moment here. It's going into these commercial things. Oh, you know what? I have I have the debate downloaded without the commercials. One moment for everybody. I look forward to answering that question about the serpent. I look forward to coming back. I believe I have the debate. Because if I leave it playing with the YouTube, it's going to go to possible commercials, and the commercial will keep going. So I'm going to go ahead and find... here it is. Boom. Got it without the commercials, everybody. What we do know for...
What kind of issue that?
The 280... Okay.
You never know because there's books that's missing.
Amin Rob McCarthy just...
Respectful. I don't even want to have a debate with this dude.
Himself, this man here...
This year, because whether you...
tells us that prior to the Aramaic translation of the Hebrew Bible...
Remember, Genesis is a full...
Let me look it up. But other than that,
yes.
give me time, bro. I didn't interrupt you. Let me find it in my notes.
Okay, one moment. I'll put on a section here, and then I shall be back, everyone. And go back to the room. Put on this screen share, and boom, I shall be back. Let me go to sorry everybody, I gotta get Silos. That's you. Good, Silos. Okay, great. Okay, screen share. Put this on, and I will be back in a few moments. Hide.
Just, I got you.
Can everybody should be okay here. Put this here.
I got you, buddy. Let me see where his ass is. Let's see, Juice, man. Let me find him right here. Hold up. His name is Asterius.
Asterius.
I'm not pronouncing it right. Let me find him. I got him right here.
Asterius.
He is also claimed to have been one of the ones who wrote who translated. He just was an Israelite. Let me find him. Real quick. Let me find him. Hold up. So stop my time, son, so it don't affect.
No, you ain't got no time, brother. Just answer the question.
Okay, well,
and then
you know what? Like I said, I have an Israelite. I'm gonna look it up during when the people call, and I'm gonna show you this is an Israelite. I told it to Garfield the other day. So I'm gonna pull him up. This is an Israelite saying that he was also part of the translation. Arstolius. Let me look it up. But other than that, I can't pull it up right now. But during the question people will call in, I got you. I got over 160 goddamn slides, bro. Let me go through it. I got you.
To save either one of you brothers in this debate, Nepal has risen the bar when she debated Black Jesus Minister the day before yesterday. She said, my bad, I made a mistake, I was wrong. So I want to tell both of you brothers, it's all right to say, I don't have it, I got to get it,
right.
I'm wrong. It's all right to say that. You know why? Because nobody knows everything.
Right.
We act like when we admit that I don't know it or I'm wrong, it's like a loss. That don't mean you lose a debate. That shows that you are a smart and intelligent person. Because when you start making up shit and then you get yourself in trap, that's when you lose the debate. But when you say, I don't know that, let me go and look that up. That's the smartest answer you could give, brother. Right. So I just wanted to say that. Right now, we are in.
Right there.
No, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late, brother. Brother, it's too late. It's too late. We are moving forward now.
I'm gonna read it before it's over with. No,
yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Like in the question and answer, you can go into that.
I got his ass.
Okay. Now we are into the closing argument. Tahuti, you want to close out or you want JJ to close out?
He went first. I'm closing out last. He went first, right?
This is 2 ounces of...
That is true.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Close
awesome.
out. You got 10 minutes to close out.
Oh, it's a long time. Okay, good. 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and
You can share your screen on the closeout.
Okay, thank
The
you.
10-minute closeout, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, hold up.
No, I didn't think we closed another 10 minutes.
No, I don't think we should take that long.
Damn,
That long.
What was it yesterday?
This thing closed in like 3 minutes. It's a close.
Yeah, three.
I think it was 5 minutes.
Okay.
3 to 5 minutes is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Go ahead, Tehuti.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Again, I'll just show the screen again. JG must show a primary source reference from ancient Hebrew stating themselves that the dates of the time of the event that they took their Hebrew books, Genesis to Malachi, and turned it into Greek. This would be a major historical event and change in Hebrew tradition that could only have been permitted by the highest priestly authority, documented authority, and record of such an act. I asked JG repeatedly, which I've asked him in this debate, where is the ancient Hebrew story, which you have all witnessed this? I asked him just a minute ago, where is the ancient Hebrew story of this? And he consistently says, I don't have it right now. Just like he did in front of everybody, I don't have it right now. He may bring up Aristobuli. He may bring up a so-called Jew named Aristobuli, not knowing that Aristobuli was 100 BC. Unfortunately, that is 200 plus years after the Septuagint. So Aristobuli was... Anyways, we shall see if he has the document today. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, of this whole thing is that there are no ancient Hebrew texts of any full books that could have been translated, and that's why we don't find any ancient Hebrew books, full books. Remember, Genesis is a full book. Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, these are full books. They don't have any ancient full books that anybody could have translated into any kind of full Bible. I've asked JJ several times if he can present where are the books that they translated it from. He presents the Tanakh. He presents the Masoretic text. He presents Aleppo Codex. He presents the Dead Sea Scrolls. None of these go back to the time of the so-called prophets, and none of these are written in the ancient so-called Hebrew text. They're all written in this modern day. Can you see it? This is the actual papyri of the text that he's bringing up. This is modern day Hebrew with the dots, which he admitted in his own opening when he read the thing that the dots were added by a modern day Masoretic people. JJ cannot show any of this. We are looking for the Hebrew rendition. That is what this debate is about. If you find a book in Greece, written in Greek, all we have is that it's a Greek book written in Greek, found in a Greek library. This is all we have. So all we know at that point is it's put together by those people, and that's why it's in Greek. We don't have any reference at all to anything that comes down to this language right here. JJ 7000 has not presented an ancient Hebrew source of a story of how this got converted. He's about to quote Aristobuli, who actually quoted Aristides. He's about to quote Aristobuli, who quoted Aristides, the same letter that is thrown out. We cannot find any Hebrew full books in this text. I believe and I teach that the Greeks made this up. The Greeks created this Bible as they create Bibles today. They take things from ancient texts and they create their own stories based on it. Even the Hebrew language itself, they took it from the ancient Medu-Neter language. Except for they don't have a story of the origin of where this language actually comes from. Okay? When we look at the so-called Hebrew language that he's presenting, we find letters like Yod, which they're saying themselves that this is Proto-Semitic, and it related back to the hieroglyph Arm Yod. These letters and these languages that these people think are actually a real language they actually think it's a real language, is not a real language. It is a manipulated, mutated version of ancient languages, and that's why we can't find any ancient books in these languages. So when we go back to letters like Nun, you see the ancient Hebrew, and we go back to Nun, and we see seed fish, Nun waters, and we go back to the god Nun, and you can see the same exact image in the Medu-Neter that goes back 2,000 to 3,000 years before this so-called Hebrew language, such as right here on plate 7 of the Per Emheru. You can see the Nun there. So before the so-called Hebrews even got their language to write this so-called book, this already existed. That's why we cannot find any ancient books in any ancient language, because they started copying it afterwards. I want people to understand the stories were copied afterwards. Thank you.
All right, brother JJ, step up to the plate, brother. Mute yourself, Tehuti.
Okay.
JJ, let's close out. You got 5 minutes to close out, and then we're going to open up the line, see if we can get a couple of questions.
Okay, share my screen, family.
Remember I said he's
All
going to
right.
show Aristobulus?
You ready?
Yeah, for sure.
Your time
All
starts,
Look
JJ.
what he shows
Now,
Aristobulus.
like I say, first of all, I'm going to address one thing. Like I say, your Council of Alexandria, that's fake. Your library, there is no such thing as an Alexandria library. That's a myth and a legend. You can't prove that. And your letter is fake. All that you drawn for, all that information that you drawn from, talking about the Greeks did this and that, you got it from all three fake sources. Your council is fake, the libraries has no proof, and that goddamn letter. Now let's get to what I'm talking about, the chronological historical accounts of the translation of the Torah in 282 BC. This is our Aristobulus, quoted by Eusebius on the origin of the Septuagint. The origin text of Aristobulus in 150 BC, quoted by Aristobulus in 325 AD.
Okay, I'm back.
It is evident that Plato closely followed.
Okay, let me go ahead and stop that. I am back from my break. And, okay, everybody go to the Sonetter channel and you can see the rest of that debate. I'm just playing it in the, while I take my intermission. So now back to, everybody press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press a 1 if you can hear me clearly. I want to make sure that everything is crisp and clear. Can everybody hear me? There are all the ones. Wonderful. Thank you. Shut Up Lowry is here. Peace. Where is he? Where'd he go? He was here. There he is. Shut Up Lowry. Peace to you. Now let's get into the question again, and I'm going to go ahead and show the question. Just for those who just came in, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can send in questions through the Cash App, through the PayPal, and I will answer the questions as thoroughly as possible. And here is the latest question in Tehuti. Can you elaborate on how the serpent translates as God, as an aspect of God historically? Wonderful. So when we hear about the serpent, we always relate the serpent back to the biblical story that we know. Let's do a little walkthrough, little breakdown. I'm going to show, and this is also for the new people, the people that are coming out of religion. We're going to do a little walkthrough of that question. Thank you for that question there. Great question. So let me go ahead and do a screen share. And we're going to start with the most popular aspect and then move right down to Kemet. So I'm going to show a screen share here. And now this is interesting because how does a serpent relate back to the aspects of God? If you ask a regular religious person, especially a Christian, they will say serpent does not relate back to the aspect of God. It actually relates to the aspect of the devil, when in actuality you go to the book of Acts 2:3 for biblical believers, and there appeared unto them cloven tongues as of fire that sat on each of them. The animal that has a cloven tongue, again, and remember, this cloven tongue story of Acts is about them getting the wisdom to be able to speak different languages. The only way that you can convey in the physical form information of consciousness from one person to the next and any type of consecutive consistency is through speaking to somebody. That is how you teach. You speak to somebody, or you write down that which is to be spoken to somebody. You convey through language. So the way that these disciples got their knowledge of language is they had something sit on top of their head that had a cloven tongue. When you look at the bottom, you will see the cobra and the serpent is the creature with the cloven tongue. In Matthew's 10:16, we have here the Jesus of their Bible saying, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore be ye wise as serpents. Be ye wise as serpents. But whenever in history has a serpent ever demonstrated wisdom over any other reptile? So ask a Christian a question, say, don't use the Bible, just use nature. Go to National Geographic or any form of nature channel, the nature channel itself, and show me where a snake is any wiser than a crocodile. Show me that a snake is any wiser than a turtle. Show me that a snake is wiser than a lizard. Show me where a snake is wiser than a tortoise, a chameleon, any other form of reptile. In actuality, snakes are not more intelligent than other reptiles. Where is the snake ever demonstrated as an intelligent being in the Bible? One place and one place only, and that is in the supposed book of Genesis, chapter 3. But that intelligence and that wisdom, actually, according to the biblical narrative, deceived people. It's what sent everybody into sin. You see? But Jesus in their Bible is telling people, be wise as serpents. But the only wise serpent that you have an example of is the serpent that supposedly deceived the whole world by lying to Adam and Eve and tricking them into taking the fruit of the garden of knowledge of good and evil. So what does this mean when Jesus is saying, be ye wise as serpents? It is because the original serpent symbol was the symbol of wisdom, as I explained earlier, with the two serpents going up into the pineal gland of light, as shown when you superimpose the image on the papyrus of Henutawi, when it shows two women on the side pointing to their third eye, and then you see the serpents rising up superimposed over the pharaoh's skull, and on the top it matches directly with the pineal gland. This concept of a serpent with fire on top of somebody's head goes back to the goddess of Sekhmet, right here. See Sekhmet? Okay, Sekhmet is a word that means power of memory. It is a power of memory in the Per Emharu. Sekhmet is the goddess that gives you the power to remember your Ren. So Sekhmet and the serpent, who is called the Uwajit, which is another word for Sekhmet, immediately ties into an ancient history, an ancient Kemetic history, and all throughout history as a being that is of wisdom, and there's a reason for that. One of the reasons is because a serpent has the ability to do something a little different than other animals, the way that it looks. But we're going to, let me get back to the screen here. The serpent has the ability to shed its skin and come back. It looks like it comes back to life. We'll get into that. But when we look at the ancient historical representations of the serpent, and we go back to the temple of Seti and Abtu, that the Europeans call Abydos, in 1294 BC, we see the serpent, we see Tehuti, who always holds up a staff with two serpents, and beside him we see the mother goddess Serpent. And sometimes this mother goddess is called Neith, and sometimes she is called Renunet. Renunet means to resurrect or to rise because the serpent had a very unique quality, especially the cobra. The cobra had the ability to stand up and rise, which represented in ancient cultures, especially starting with the Nile Valley, with resurrection, the ability to resurrect. So in the Book of the Dead, the people were called the children of Renunet, the children of the serpent, because their goal was to resurrect. When the serpent resurrected, it expanded its back. And when it expanded its back, starting with its head, it had a face on the back of its head that looked like an owl. And this face would actually scare off animals and birds when they're trying to approach the serpent from the back. If we look closely at this serpent right in the middle here, we see the weaving symbol. This is the spider symbol. This is why me, as Tehuti, represents the serpent and the spider. This is why every show you see me, you will see me with a serpent and a spider. This weaving process represented what scientists call today photonic entanglement, which is first seen, or one of the earliest places seen, on the serpent's neck in Kemet. You see this weaving symbol. This is the symbol of Neith the weaver, symbolizing the photonic entanglement or the subatomic connection between individuals or objects or the earth grid or anything, but you can't physically see it. It's represented by this symbol right here. Scientists took that same symbol and they made it now the symbol of the quantum string theory. They took Neith's name. Here's Neith's name right here, which is the name that you see on the serpent. And they took the X, and now if you go to quantum string theory, the quantum string theory is a symbol that looks just like an X, another symbol out of Neith's name. That's two symbols. That is what you would call supposedly a coincidence, but it's really not, because a coincidence can only happen 2 times. Coincidence. Once it happens over 2 times, they don't have a word for it. Well, here's the 3rd time. Here is Neith's symbol right here, which is to weave in the Medunetter, as you see in the bottom. When you go over to the same quantum string theory, the symbol for the quantum string theory is the symbol of Neith again, the loop with the line underneath it, right? And this is why when you go to the word in English that came from Neith's name, which is knitting, because her name was said Neith or knit. This is where you get the knitting from, and which is why when you look up the word for knitting, it actually has nothing to do originally with taking string and crocheting something. But when you look up the etymological word for knitting, it means to bind together, and it is, right over here, unifying force. You see this? A unifying force. That unifying force existed before there was thread to knit. This unifying force is the photonic entanglement, or the quantum string, the energy which holds and interconnects things together. And this is why knit or Neith, the symbol that was found on the snake or the serpent of weaving, was the symbol of unifying force. And then that created the English word knitting, which was binding together through a string. Very interesting. Okay, so much is going on here. Let me go over now. I'm gonna stop this right here. You'll find that this serpent symbol, which was a symbol of wisdom, was because it represented what was called the Nemes. Okay, I don't know if much people in the room know what. Oh, my screen just. Excuse me, everybody. What just happened? There it is. One moment. Let me get some water. Something went in my throat. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share again. When you see, actually, let me pull it up first to show everybody. It's why I like showing people these things. Here it is right here. Okay. I'm going to expand this. And I'll I'll do a screen share. And we'll show a very popular image of a popular pharaoh. And actually all of the pharaohs, or the Par-Ees as they were originally called, wore this. So if you look at the screen, what are you looking at? You're looking at a man staring at you. And you'll notice that around his head, this is a cobra head over his head. The word for that, the serpent word for that, was Nemes, worn by the Nakasi. The Nakasi. Okay? The Nakasi were the original people of what they call Ethiopia and Sudan today. And you'll find out that the Nakasi word, Nakas, is actually the exact same word that they stole and put in the book of Genesis as the serpent that is now evil in the Bible. So they took the ancient word for the wise enchanters of wisdom called the Nakasi. They took that word because those men walked with the serpent staff. They walked with the serpent helmet. And when the Bible writers took that story, they took the Nakasi and they made it evil by putting it in the Bible and introducing it in Genesis 3 as the serpent inside of the Bible. And that's why when you look up serpent in the Strong's Concordance, it is the word Nakas, which is the exact same word for the original Cometians, and here's why they were called that. This represents the expanding when one is excited, and it can be mentally excited, physically excited, just like the serpent. When it wants to protect, it expands its crown. So now the expanded crown is made into a headdress called the Nemes, and it represents when your mind is expanding. This is why the serpent was associated with wisdom. And we're going to look at how this is. We go over here and we see, I have entered into Rasa 2. I have seen many hidden things. Here we have this symbol of the serpent, and then you have Tehuti, he's the original judge, wearing the same headdress. He has a serpent's headdress, but you see it from the side, and then he has the bird's head coming out of the serpent's headdress. This is why judges, when you look up judges, or old judges, not much today, but old judges over in Britain used to wear the Nemes, because they were representing Tehuti and the expansion of the cobra head as the judges, imitating this judge here who was Tehuti with the cobra head, because it represented wisdom as seen by King Tut and other pharaohs. And this was called the Nemes, which was the expansion. And this is why when you go into Genesis, you'll see that the serpent says, God does know on the day you eat thereof, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as God, knowing good from evil. Because to become a wise judge is to know both sides from good and evil. When you are enlightened can you see the difference between good and evil. And that's why the word for I have seen over here is ma'at. Ma'at, because ma'at was the scales. Ma'at, the scales of Ma'at, which one is judged by. Okay, one is judged by, and that's why the judges wear this, and that's why they created Genesis 3:5, giving the serpent the ability to say that you shall be as gods. How do you become as gods? By knowing, and that's it. Knowing. It didn't say anything about being righteous. It didn't say anything about following the 10 Commandments. It didn't say anything about doing any kind of rituals. It says when you become like gods is when you are knowing, knowledgeable, consciousness, the ability to perceive good from evil. And that was the expansion of the Nemes. So this is why when you look up Nemes, and we'll look it up right in front of you. The Nemes, where'd it go? When we look up the Nemes, here it is on page 376. Nemes, we'll expand it, because this is the name of the headdress. We'll expand it and expand it. Here it is. Nemes, right at the bottom. You see this at the bottom? Nemes, put the headdress cloth. Sometimes it was worn as a cloth, and when the person was buried, or the sahu, or the mummy as they call it, was prepared, it was sometimes in gold. This is where the veil of Christianity comes from. The veil of Islam comes from. It was the representation and the imitation of a serpent's head. Head covering, you see that? Head cloth by the king ceremonial. Ceremonial. You see that? So when we go to Nemes, over here, you see golden Nemes. Right over there. And I gotta scroll. Let me scroll down, see if I can expand and scroll at the same time. There it is. Nemes. Right there. And it's another word that means to be enlightened. Right? To be arrayed or to be enlightened. Right? The golden Nemes, and that's why the image of it was always gold. Okay? So it was consciousness. It represented the expansion of consciousness drawn as gold. And this is why you see lawyers today with the scales of Ma'at on their lawyer's table. Okay, because it was the ability to have knowledge of good and evil. This is where the yin yang came from. This is where the serpent biting his own tail came from, which was the original yin yang, which was called Mehen, and eventually became known as the Horus Boris symbol. Here it is right here, the original symbol. Let me expand this. The symbol of the serpent. And it represented that when you were wise in Kemet, you have the ability to be eternal. This is why when you look up serpent here, you see the serpent, the chet, it means the pupil of the eye. It's the ability to see. It's consciousness. And it's also eternity or everlasting. When you look at the serpent wrapped around the mummy, now it's eternity, because the goal of the Kemetian was to have everlasting life after death, represented that you were surrounded by the serpent in protection. And this is why in the tomb of King Tut and other tombs you would see this symbol right here, which is the serpent biting its own tail around the pharaoh. This became known in Greece when they stole this. It turned into this symbol called the Horus Boris, which became a Gnostic symbol in the Roman emperor in the era in the first century. And that became the serpent biting its own tail, called the Horus Boris symbol. And it represented eternity, also shown as the flax, the twisted flax, which was another symbol of eternity. So that is the serpent. We're going to stop right there. There's much, much more because it ranges into many different cultures. But I want to give you the original root of that. And let me see if... let me see something here, because I have so much on this topic. But that serpent symbol was a symbol of an energy force that was also inside of you. Okay, so I'll give you I'll give you something else here. Let me give you another little treat here, a little extra something here. Let's go into why they call this the serpent rope or the kundalini. There's just so much on the serpent, but here you see these kind of symbols here. When they show you symbols, and remember this symbol here is originally the symbol that's on side of hospitals, right? And then it became a Hindu symbol, and it became a popular symbol as the raising of the kundalinis and the nodal points of where your chakras align. This originally was the staff of Tehuti over here. And that's why when you look up the serpent in Kemet, or the cord in Kemet, you see one of the words is Setet or Sti, and it's divine fire. It's divine fire, but it's also Tihur. You see that? The serpent god. The serpent god, which was also the light, or to burn, or divine fire, speaking about the divine fire that goes throughout your body, seen as a kundalini, and that's why the serpent was associated with that energy, because as the energy leaves the body, it gets pulled back by the what they call the chakra points, and then it swirls back into different nodal points, and it looks like a serpent going up your spine. In Kemet, this is called the Peset, or the Djed, which was the serpent's spine. Peset, which is also the symbol for, or the word for spine, and it's also the word for light. It goes on and on. There's much more. I may get into it a little later in the Podclass, because there's so much. I went on the what was it, Killer Priest show, and did a whole whole thing on serpents and why I carry the serpent, and how it's shown throughout multiple cultures, and even in the Aztec culture. In the Aztec culture, they have what's called the serpent rope. And the serpent rope was the symbol of going from one dimension to the next dimension. And that was actually symbolic of what's called wormholes, which I did a class on that. But here's the serpent rope. I'll show this, and then I'm going to show this symbol here called the mind symbol, or the portal, or serpent rope here. And I'll show this. And this gets into the prophecy of 2012, which a lot of people don't know actually took place, where there was a prophecy that the world would end in 2012. It actually did, as we know it. And I did a whole class on that. You can find that on the Killer Priest podcast, called CERN, which took place in 2012, which changed the world as we knew it. The next most interesting symbol is the mind symbol, the portal of the serpent rope. Mayan prophecy says a ladder will emerge from the center of our Milky Way in 2012. From under the ladder will emerge a serpent rope carrying the nine god. I'm not going to get into thorough detail on what this is talking about, but I want to show that the serpent symbol is seen throughout many different cultures. It's actually in every single culture, and the only culture that it's evil in is in Christianity. But every other culture across the world, from China to Japan to India to Kemet to the Mayans, the Aztec, to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the serpent was always a symbol of power and wisdom and resurrection. So I hope I gave you some information on that, my brother. I'm going to get on to the next question, but take that for what you may and look up those things there, and you'll see the judging system. You'll see the Nemes, the Cobra expansion, and all of that. Maybe I'll come back later on in the podcast if there's time and get into and show it throughout all the cultures. I have an image of the serpent in every single culture across the world. That's always a good thing. Only Christianity comes, and the Hebrew comes and makes the serpent an evil thing. So I hope I broke down a little bit for you, stranger, to give you a little bit of information. Shout out to Aurora Borealis. There's no super chat, my brother. The super chat it has been taken away from me. That's why we have PayPal and Cash App for the support. The super chat is gone. Shout out to Sinetia Moon, who's helping out. Remember the moderators, everybody. Let me show the new people in the room. These are the moderators that you can ask basic questions to while I'm teaching, or just get information on the links on they're the moderators. They're called the Ma'atarators, not just moderators, but the Ma'atarators, and that is Unkiem Mayat, Nani Aset Mur, and Sineti Moon. Thank you, moderators. We're going to get on to the next question here. Okay, great. I will check that out. Okay, everybody. Let me get the moderator's screen off. And Please support. I'm gonna check my notifications now because there's a whole bunch of questions sent, a whole bunch of support sent, and I want to shout out to the good brother Carlos, Comedic Metter G, who every Podclass sends support. I appreciate you, my brother. I'm gonna actually show you on the screen. Shout out to Comedic Metter G. Let me get you on the screen, my brother. Comedic Metter G, who says, and he says, $10. Shout out to Carlos. Shout out to Comedic Metter G. Business been slow. I usually give more. Thank you and appreciate your divine lessons. I appreciate everything that's sent. Some people send 50, some people send 5, some people send. It's all reciprocity, and it all adds up, and it all keeps me motivated. It helps out my mission. It helps my family. It helps everything that I do, especially during this time of of COVID and the fact that I cannot do what I regularly do for a living, and now I teach and just write books and focus on teaching you all until the situation clears up. And even when that goes on, I'll still be doing the podcast. But thank you, my brother, for that support. Let us move on to the next, and the next is Ruffian. Oh, Ruffian. Ruffian, let me go ahead and put you up. Ruffian is a good supporter who's been here for at least 3. At least I've seen him for 3. And shout out to you. I'm gonna put you on the screen. I thank you again, Ruffian, because I believe last show you also sent some support. So Ruffian, let me go ahead and give you your proper shout out and respect. Thank you for the moderators for keeping everything under control and helping out the people where you can. The moderators are great. Thank you all, and a shout out to where is he? To Ruffian Air Records sent 2222. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. $2.22. I appreciate that. I appreciate the symbolism. Shout out to you, Ruffian Era Records. Let's go on to the next. I want to whiz by. Another person sent 22222, but this is a different 22222. This is 2222. And let me go ahead and shout you. Oh, Commit 101, of course. There is no podcast that goes on where this brother does not send his support, either in a question or just support. Let me go ahead and show him on the screen. And shout out to you. And where are you, brother Commit? There you are. Shout out and respect to. So we have 222. So first we had 222 from Ruffian Era, and then right afterwards we have where is it? That's 222 and 222. That's the same one. Hold on. Maybe it should come up. Let me look for. And we have. Is this it? And the other one is 2222. 2222, but this is 2222, and it's for JJ Makes No Sense in the chat. Lost. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to JJ7000. I've actually gotten now, I think, 3 Cash Apps just based on the way that JJ has been acting either in the chat or outside of the chat. I've actually been sent 3 very generous Cash Apps and donations just for people commenting on JJ. So thank you, JJ, for doing whatever you're doing and doing your chaos and causing more people to support by either quoting you or just pointing you out. But it's bringing me Cash App, so Toda. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get on to so thank you, Kamit, for that. You're awesome, my brother. Let's go on to the next. We're gonna keep going. Carlos, is this the Silos, right? Silos, shout out to you, Silos. Everybody look out for Silos on Sonnetter. He is one of the moderators. And sometimes one time he came on and started breaking down some information. I don't know if he goes on constantly, but shout out to the brother. I saw him on one time breaking down some information. A lot of it was pretty interesting and pretty good. So let me shout out to you. I believe this is the same Silos. Let me I'll blow it up because it says Carlos. Silos Congos. That is you. Absolutely, that is you, Silos Congas. Shout out to you, my good brother. And Silos says thanks and thank you, brother. Thank you for your support. Here's another brother here that's constantly ask your question to Tehuti. I'm sure you will learn something. Peace at Silos. I see you're here to push your ideology. I don't know what's going on in the room, but shout out to you, DHNJ, who comes for every class. And shout out to you, Silos, for your support. You are awesome once again. And you're consistent. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Let's move on. Let's go on. We're moving on to more of the Cash App questions and support and donations. And we have Letitia McCree. Shout out to you, Letitia McCree. I'm getting a lot of just donations today. Thank you, everybody. I got a couple questions, and thank you for the support. Lakeisha McCree, I'm gonna shout you and throw you up in the room. Lakeisha McCree. Thank you for coming to the Tehuti Podclass and supporting. Continue to come. I don't know, not too familiar with your name, but thank you and continue to keep on coming to the Podclass and supporting, asking questions, and we love the energy here. Love your energy here. Love all positive energy here. This is shout out to Lakeisha McCree for just throwing some support in for your teachings. Thank you. Going one by one. We're up to we have Pierre. We have Pierre. Oh, here's a brother, ladies and gentlemen, who got the books. I'm going to show the books too to anybody who wants to order my books. This is a brother who actually purchased books, and he sent me, I believe this is the brother who sent me some a donation on top of just the books. And he is thanking me for the books in a Cash App. I'm going to go ahead and put the books on the screen too, but let me put the Cash App. Let me put the support that the brother put on the screen. This is a very smooth podcast tonight. This is very, very smooth podcast tonight. What is he? He's 12? Oh, let me try this again. Okay. Save as 12. Oh. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Somehow it went somewhere else. I gotta put this back to I'm doing all this manually, so everybody please be patient. I'm literally doing all this manually. They took away my super chat, so I have to do this all literally typing. And here we go. Boom. 12. And we're going to go. There it is. Thank you, my brother. There you are. James Pierre Luis. Peace, brother. Thanks for the books. Thank you, brother. I hope you enjoyed the books. Speaking of the books, everyone, let me go ahead and show everyone what people are talking about. What are people getting? What's happening here? Here is the book that people are getting. This one is Stepping Out of the Matrix. This is available. You would just have to contact me. It's a PDF. It's only about 103 pages, but packed with information on the Ptolemies, on mere thought, on government experiments that were done with leukocytes to show consciousness passing through physical objects. This is the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. I put this together, I think, around 2006. This is it right here. A beautiful book. A lot of comedic information in there. Lots of information in here. This is the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. You can purchase this, sending in a free will offering. Well, you just tell me that you want it, and I will send you the directions on how to get Stepping Out of the Matrix book. That's book number 1. The other one, another favorite, is this beautiful one here, which is called Melanin Dark Consciousness. Here it is right here. Melanin Dark Consciousness. I think I put this together 2008 maybe. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness, and it gets into very interesting aspects such as the definition of race. It gets into Sheikh Anta Diop's the mural of races of Ramesses, who the Tamahu is. It gets into sound, vibration. It gets into chromatic scale. It gets into the wisdom of Tehuti and how they turn that wisdom into axioms in the Kabbalion, which I can give the original sources to where they came from. It gets into sound, vibration, and the measurement of light, and how how light is creating everything. It gets into the interview that was done on Oprah on the movie The Secret, which was based on Tehutian principles. So much information here. The Shabaka stone and the concept of sound manifesting as physical objects. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness, which you can obtain. The moderators will tell you how to obtain it, and also I don't know. Not sure what to do. Hold on, everybody, 1 second. The screen. Thank you, Nanny. The screen share went off. Let me do this again. Thank you. I was notified that the screen share went off, so I'll show this again. Here is Melanin Dark Consciousness. As I scroll through, it gets into the concept of where race came from and how race actually came from the Nitiru, the word Ra. It gets into who the Tamhu is. It gets into Sheikh Anta Diop's mural of races as seen over here. The first thing that Champollion saw pertaining to the separation and division of what people call today races. It gets into chromatophores and how reptiles are able to change their color. There's a lot of information in here. It gets into, of course, how they took Tehuti, which is this, and turned it into this this I don't even know what to call these today, because we can't even LGBTQRS or whatever they're called, but turned into this creature here. It gets into the principle of nothing rests, everything moves. and how they took that and put that into Kabbalion under Hermetic principle, and of course how they made the Secret movie, The Secret, and how the interview was on Oprah, but the actual Secret movie was actually composed by taking Tehutian principles, and that's why right in the beginning of the Secret movie they actually show Tehuti holding a 6-pointed star. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness. This is Stepping Out of the Matrix. And I'll show this again because people said they couldn't see it on the screen. This is the book Stepping Out of the Matrix here, which gets into a lot of information on, of course, the original concepts of the Jesus Mary concept, the reason why women alter their hair, the science of where the word hair comes from, the acknowledgement of why they have Samson in the Bible, and it gets into the Ptolemies and the creation of the Septuagint. It gets into a lot of information here called Stepping Out of the Matrix. It breaks down what I was breaking down in class earlier. This is the book that has the section in it that has Sati, which means light or divine fire or a flame or the serpent. It's also a word that means to spiritually walk and have an out-of-body experience. This is the word for that. It gets into the actual word Netiru, how it's drawn, the netter, and how that was the original first spiritual word for God on the planet. Before the word netter, there was no spiritual word for gods. It gets into a lot. It gets into the creation of Christianity. It gets into the checkerboard, the Masonic, the G, where the G came from, and the compass and the square. Several different things that book gets into. It's about 109 pages, and you can get this book by simply contacting me through the Facebook, or the moderators will put the email on the screen. You can email me and ask me for how to get these books. I will also put up the email on the screen. Thank you, brother, for the appreciation of getting those books. This is my email, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can also contact me through Tehuti on Facebook, and I will give you more information. Okay, shout outs, and let's get back to the inbox and the questions that are asked. And this is the good brother Neter Ankh Hotep L, who I'll go ahead and put his there. Shout out to you, my brother. 13, 12, 13. Yeah, I think Kamit was the one who sent the one JJ nonsense. That was I think that was Kamit right there. JJ's nonsense in the chat. So I saw that. Okay, let me go ahead and show you. Boom, boom, and then there was a question also asked by Steve. I don't know if he's in the room, and it was about Buddha. So here we go. If I get to the top of these and there's no more sent. Okay, shout out to you, Neter Ankh Hotep L, $10, and it is for being such a great Saba. Thank you, Neter Ankh, for being such a great Saba yourself. Saba is a word that is the teacher, but is also a word for the students. Both of them share the same name. And it's a beautiful concept because the teacher is also the students. Nobody is grown and nothing is created. Nothing is created because nothing has reached its full capacity. So everything is still in a state of evolution, and nobody is grown up because you're constantly growing as you live. So as soon as you grow up and say, I'm grown, period, that means you're no longer evolving. You're stuck right there. But in reality, you're growing, because the next day you can receive information and become a better man or woman. So nobody is grown. Everybody is growing, and nothing has been created yet, because everything is still in the process of evolution and creation. And thus the student is also the Saba, and the teacher is also the student, because he is also growing, which is me. I'm also growing. Okay, thank you, my brother. And let's go on to the next and see who else. Sullen Rock Rashu. Sullen Rock Rashu. There's a lot of people today giving cash apps just for support. Thank you. I appreciate.
Resend his question. It's not what you thought it was.
Okay. Everybody, if you could put your question in with your Cash App or PayPal so I can see it. It's hard for me to look in the room and try to match them, but I'm gonna go ahead and put doom 13 14. Thank you. Okay, so this is Sullen Rock. Okay, Sullen Rock, you can send it to me. And moderators, if you see a question in the room that I can't see, just email it to me. Email me, copy and paste, and email me the question. Okay, so Sullen Rock, shout out to you. I'm not too familiar with you, but thank you for coming to the class and continue to come. Thank you for the support, and I appreciate you, and I hope you come to many more classes. Celine Rock Rashu, thank you, brother or sister. Shout out, thank you. Everybody's really just supporting tonight. This is great. So Kamit, we're looking for. I'm being sent Kamit's question because it was something else that's not showing up here. I don't see. The only thing I've seen from Kamit is the JJ thing. I don't see anything else from Kamit, but I will. I'm being sent it now. So I don't know if another cash app was sent. Okay. Is this a cash app? Oh, this is just an email. Aluki Shot, I received your email, and yes, I will get that information out to you. Okay. We have special Spice Island. Oh yeah, Spice Island. Remember Spice Island? Spice Island. CMOS. I think this is. Let me blow this picture up. That looks like the brother. I don't know my Spice Island CMOS, but he looks like a brother I used to teach in Canada like some 28 years ago. But let me shout out to you. I'm gonna put you up on the screen. Your picture looks familiar. You look like someone I used to teach some 28 years ago. And then after this, we're going to go hunt down Kamit. We're going to hunt down Kamit's question after this, because this is the last one. Last one for now. Hopefully not the last one, but the last one for now. Let me get into showing it. Shout out to you, brother. You send it to me? I think this is CMOS right here. Is this him? Let's see. Hey, what's going on here? Wait a minute. Okay. CMOS? Spice Island CMOS. Man, you look familiar. Thank you for your support. Thank you. And now I'm going to look. The moderators are sending me something from Kamit. I see something from I just see something from Sanetti, but it doesn't show the question. And now I see okay. I see it. Let me go ahead and I want to put it. I want to. Yes, I see that. I'm gonna look for it in the. Oh, it's only you only. It's only sent in. You only sent it in here. Okay, okay, good. Nanny. Sent me the question. Let's see. Should the original in with your cash? I don't know. Okay. Let me read this question. I don't know if I understand it. Let's see. Should the original connect with? I see. Should the original, I guess the original man, connect with their ascended ancestors in the astral realm to help navigate this realm and possibly. Let me get some water. Okay. So the question from Kamit is, should the original connect with their ascended ancestors? So should we connect with our ascended ancestors in the astral realm to help navigate this realm and possibly defeat our current enemies? And the answer is yes. Now, before you can connect with any kind of ancestor on any type of cognizant level through the astral realm, you need to understand what the astral realm is and how to get there in a controlled state, and while you're there, how to navigate even through that realm to meet anybody. I just let me for those in the room, I'm going to show something for clarity on what we're actually talking about. We have to always understand that not everybody in the room is on the same level of understanding, and there's some people in the room that are straight out of the church, straight out of the mosque, straight off the streets, and they may not even know what is going on in some of these questions. So I'm gonna give a little bit of information. Well, I always give a lot, but I'm gonna give some information on the understanding of the astral realm. And one moment, everyone. Okay, I was actually just breaking some of this down to my my inner family, but I also have broken some of this down on the Killer Priest Podclass, and I want to show everybody this here also. So this is from the Killer Priest podcast. It's actually also from a class I just broke. I'm breaking down to my family right now, and I want everybody to have an understanding of what the astral realm is actually, what the astral realm you're going to go to, or everybody's striving to go to, is in actuality. So let me go ahead and do a screen share and show this. Okay, so if we go to plate 7 of the Per Amharu, it says the beginning of praises of glorifications of coming out and going into the Neter Kurt. Glorious, which is a light being, in the Amentet. I broke down to people in several classes this plate before and what the Amentet is. The word Amen means the hidden realm. It's a realm that you cannot see with the physical eye, because the physical eye can only see the 7 colors of the visual light spectrum: red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. So on the physical plane, on the physical reality, there's an area in Kemet called Amenta and Amentet, which is the actual real name for the Giza Plateau. But it's also speaking about an underground area of what's called the Rostau, which is where the coffins would actually be traveled through underneath, representing that when you die, you go into a subatomic world, or a world that's underneath or enterneath, because the word under and enter is the same word. So it is a realm within the atomic realm, but is a more refined realm of subatomic that light consciousness exists in. This is a hidden realm. The realm itself is called Neter Kurt, because Kurt is a word that also means under or enter or within the realm of the Neter. And in this realm, you're a light being called a Ku, which is this word right here, Kut, which is interestingly enough the same word for the pyramid. The pyramids were also called Kuts. Those were light energy centers. Now, when you're in this underworld, you're actually coming forth by day, coming forth as a light conscious entity in that realm. And you can take on forms of which you please, because you are composed of a consciousness that is not bound by physical electrons. This is the double realm of this realm that we're in right now. It is the echoed realm, which is called today by those who study the out of body, the real time zone. And I was just breaking this down to my family. I broke this down on Killer Priest show. The real time zone overlays and permeates the entire physical universe and contains a perfect reflection of reality within it. Everything happens in real time as reality actually happens, hence its name. Projectors traveling within the real time zone, remaining in a stable, unaffected by reality fluctuations, perceive themselves to be following the actual spatial contours of the geographical shape of the physical universe. Thus, they appear to be existing inside a direct, non-physical reflection of reality. Okay? The non-physical dimensional level closest to the physical universe, the real time zone. This is naturally the dimensional level the vast majority of projectors find themselves in when they first project outside the body. The real time zone can best be thought of as a buffer zone or intermediary area dividing the physical universe from the astral dimensional proper. It shares some properties of the physical universe, a direct, objective, real-time reflection of reality, and some properties of astral dimension, a fluid, non-physical environment. The real-time zone, although technically still a part of the astral dimension, is best considered a completely separate dimensional level. This sidesteps much of the confusion inherent in trying to relate a single set of projection-related factors and environmental properties to more than one dimensional level. The out-of-body environment is anything but simple. Each dimensional level contains a different environment with its own unique set of aspects and properties. Reality fluctuations are most noticeable confusion factor in the real time zone. These fluctuations are so consistent in the real time zone that they actually form one of its few consistents. I have found the real time zone to be fairly stable and predictable in itself. Most fluctuations are caused, I think, from the interactions between the fairly sensitive real-time environment and the generally unstable perceptions of the real-time projectable double. Shout out to Astral Dynamics book, Robert Bruce if you want any more information on that. But I'm giving that as a modern day understanding of the Netter Kurt. So outside of the physical dimensional level, when you have an out-of-body experience, you are in an echoed, copied version. It looks just like this, but it is the energetic light that this realm is giving off, which I broke down over here as the Curlian, a realm that you inside and outside of this physical matter, there is light energy that looks just like the physical world, except for it can exist past the physical world's existence through what is called which is what's called the phantom effect, when they affect something physical on this planet by cutting off a finger or the side of a leaf, and the etheric or the energetic body is still there, and they're trying to figure out this this phantom effect. And let me see something here. I'm going to show that. If I still have it. Okay, so in the University of California, actually here where I live, they do studies. They're doing a study on this energetic double. That is the reflection or the echo energetic body version of everything on the physical world that's happening. This is why today's projector is called the real time zone, because things are moving in real time. So at the University of California, they cut a part of a leaf off and saw what they labeled as the phantom effect. The shape of the leaf's ka was still there after it was physically removed. So above you can see a leaf, and the shape is still there, even though they cut that part of it off. So that shows that even without the physical body, the energetic body is still there for a certain period of time, casting the exact same shape, because it actually doesn't need your physical body to survive. In the Purim Haru, this realm is called the double realm, and this is why the word ka is sometimes translated as the word double. So in the Purim Haru on page 90, plate 15, it says, thou art my ka, my double within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. So your limbs and the physical body is actually being formed by this energetic body, keeping it strong. And this energetic body and physical body are doubles of each other, constantly affecting each other. And that is why in the last Podclass I showed that when they studied this Curlian imagery in the corona of the fingertips, they were able to actually see the light was giving them the information of a disease that the physical body was going to get in 6 months. So the light energy has the information to tell you what's going to happen to your physical body in the future. Thus, when you're in that realm, your consciousness is not limited to just what you learn in the physical realm. You go into that realm, and yes, you can seek out your ancestors and even those who are not your ancestors, because not everything in the real time zone or in the astral world has actually died. There's beings there that have never lived on earth or died, and they're spiritual guides. This is a double realm, and that's why when you go into the Netter Kurt, you go into a realm called the Pa'or, which they translate as the double house. You'll find that throughout the Book of the Dead, you always see the word double. The word double. What energy gives you? Who gives you that energy? In the Purim Haru, it's Sekhmet. That's what we discussed in the beginning of the class, that it's the female energy. And I always said that Sekhmet or Seket or Seka'u is the power of memory. And that's why there's a chapter right here, and it's called Chapter of Remembering. See that word right there? Seka'u, that's Seket. Seka'u is the word of remembering, because you still want to keep your consciousness of who you are when you get over to the astral realm. If you can bypass the energetic conflicts and all the swirling and whirlpool feeling sounds and the vibrational sounds, you get over there, you want to be conscious to remember who you are over there. Consciousness is your existence. not your physical body. So there's a chapter in the Book of the Dead of remembering your ren, which is your vibrational body. That's why they use the word ren. Ren is composed of two symbols right over here, and that is the mouth. The same word for chapter right over here. That's the mouth, that's sound. And then there's the vibration called waves, which are also energy waves or water waves, any kind of waves or sound waves, because you're composed of sound, light, energy in that realm of the double house. And that's where you remember who you are by the power of the female energy that gives you that ability to remember. Your birth through female energy in the physical realm and your birth through female energy on that realm. When you get over there and you can remember who you are, then you can start to seek out entities that are familiar to you because you're judging them by their light source. You're not judging them by how you judge things in this physical world. You're judging them by their light frequency, because remember, the light frequency is what holds the information. So when you get over to that realm, your light frequency is what beings on that side will be able to read you as, because you won't have a physical body. You'll just be composed of this energetic light, or your bioenergetic etheric double is over there, and that's what they'll be able to read you as, and you'll be able to read them. And yes, some of them are your ancestors and some of them are not. And absolutely, you can use information that you get over there to guide you in this realm. Information that I was just breaking out to one of my goddesses, information that comes from the etheric realm, or what Europeans call the Akasha realm, is only relevant when it can manifest over here in the physical world. So only when you can take that information and apply it to a change in the mind or a change in the body in the physical world, that's the only time that it's that's relevant. So that's why you go to the first dimensional level of what's called the astral plane, because on the higher dimensions, those worlds are not reflections of this world. Those are different dimensional realms which have nothing to do with this world. So you can get energy on those higher dimensional realms, but you can't translate it back here to this earth realm, because it's completely separate and different and has nothing to do with what's going on earth. The one where the ancestors are that have information that pertains to or similar to this earth is the real time zone, the first dimensional level of the astral plane of, yes, you can reach your ancestors or even beings that are not your ancestors and ask questions and get answers that can guide you. So the answer to the question, my brother Kamit, is yes. If you want to contact me directly to try to find out some of the pages in the Param Haru that you can read and help you go to sleep at night, to put you in that dimensional frequency, contact me directly, and I will give you some of those pages and show you some of the things that are said that will help you do that. All right, peace and love to that question, and peace and love to you, Kamit. I hope that I helped you with that, and you can contact me directly with that. Peace and love. I'm going to go to the comments, and I'm going to go to my notifications. Peace to you, Kamit, for that question. And let me see what the response is. His response is King Knowledge Tehuti. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. Question, ask questions, seek ma'at. Welcome those who just came into the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask questions, send in cash apps and PayPals, and I will get to the question and answer the question. The information is here at the bottom of the screen, and now I'm going to look at my notifications and see what else is sent. We have about 20 or so minutes left for this pod class, and thank you, Nani Aset Mur, for sending me that, and thank you Sanetia Moon, for sending me the questions that was asked by Kamit. Thank you both so much. And okay, I don't see any more questions. I don't see any more cash apps. If I have passed anyone, let me know. Let me scroll down and see. Okay. Let me see if Prodigy is in the room. I don't know. He said he had computer problems, but he said he wanted to say something here. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the room. Steve, are you here? Brother Steve, who sent me a major cash app, and I want to answer his question from some weeks ago. Trying to catch him in the room. Brother Steve, are you here tonight? Are you here tonight? Okay. I'll wait to see if I hear more. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to give some shout outs. And Jay says that was deep. Yes, my brother. It is deep. Deeper than Atlantis. Deeper than the seafloor. Traveled by the mantis. One of my favorite. Shout out to Brother Jay. Shout out to Brother Jay. Okay, let me see. Okay. Not the greatest? Let me see something here. Hold on, everybody. Remember, I'm doing all this manually. all this is manual. Let me get some water. Oh yeah, I see. I see something here. Let me. Yeah, shout out to X Clan. Let me do something here. Hold on, everybody. Okay, one moment, everyone. Everybody. One moment. Let me see something here. Okay, let me go into the chat. So this brother here, even though there was no cash app sent for this, it doesn't matter because this brother here consistently sends cash apps for support. This is Netter the Great. He is allowed to ask a question in the chat that I will answer because he's even sent me cash app questions that I think I haven't even gotten to from weeks ago, and he keeps sending more. So this brother is an awesome supporter, so I think I will just answer this and break it down for the brother. He actually sent cash apps tonight. So shout out to you, my brother. I need to take a small break. And then I'm going to get to this question right here. This is a great question. Can you explain the fractions pertaining to the eye? Yes. Let me take a small little intermission. And who's here? Where's Ahati Ma'at? Ahati Ma'at, are you here, my brother? And shout out to you, Love to Commit for that question and Tehuti for the grand answer. Shout out to you, Ashley. Oh, I got a cash app. I need to refresh this then. Let me see. I don't see a cash app from Golden. Okay.
It's the same person.
Okay, I have no unless he sent that and then asked the question in the room.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, I do need to take a break here, so let me put on a little intermission. Peace, Ahati Ma'at, my brother. Glad you're here. That's the good brother that's responsible for me going public. Me going public is due to this brother right here. He pushed me to go public, and I went public. And that's why I'm here doing this Podclass. I was only teaching privately. I was only teaching one-on-one privately. So shout out to you, Ahati Ma'at. And let me I'm going to put back on the video, take a small break. And shout out to you, Fraction of Light. And let me take a small break. And I'll be back in just a minute. I need to actually, let me put on for you guys. I put on a little clip of my class I did on Sonnetter. Let me get that. Okay. Put this little clip on to entertain you all until I return. Based on a dedicated magic, but for those who want information, this will be the right show.
Okay, so without any further ado, hey, I need my moderators to make sure y'all grab Brother Tehuti's channel, throw it up in there so that people can get more information on that. And I'm going to fall back and let you get it in, brother.
Okay. Will I be able to just screen share, or will you need to press the buttons?
No, you can screen share. I got to just press the button.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and start with the get right into it. You can see the screen, Sonnetter. Okay. Am I sharing Sonnetter?
Yes, you just went up. Okay. It's on the screen now.
Okay, good. All right, so maybe refresh it, leave. I want everybody to know that this system that they're using to control people's psychological religion, relationships, schools, everything in our day-to-day life, it's been based on a dedicated magic that they've been using ever since they created the Septuagint and created the Bible. As you can see on the screen, you're going to see some numbers. One of the numbers that the European uses, and I also want to explain this. Numbers are letters, and letters are numbers, and numbers are also angles. That's how you create numbers in actuality. If you had a stroke with two angles in it, that would create the number 2. So numbers are actually geometrical angles, and this is why the European is so dedicated in using them to control, because each number can create a frequency. Now, there's a number of duality called 11. It was based on duality because of the Kemetic concept that our double body was our true spiritual body that gave our physical body power. Of course, the Caucasian took this concept and reversed it and now used the duality symbol, 11, for the number of death. So he coded it in the number 83. And I have here duality, life, and death. The K in magic, the checkerboard, the white and black, up and down, as above, so below, the 2 pyramids. The Tamahu uses it for the death code. Tamahu is what the ancient ancestors called the European. So the reason why the K, you'll notice that you see magic spelled sometime with a K, but the K is actually silent. You'll see magic in words, the letter K in words that are silent, And one of the reasons is because if you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K is the 11th letter. So it is the duality letter of silence, and that's one of the reasons why you don't hear it in certain words and why certain aspects of magic are actually not spelled with a C, but they put a K inside of it. This is one of the symbols that they use right here. This symbol here in Hebraism, Judaism, is called the Star of David. They call it a Star of David, but it's actually called a Mogan Dawid, which actually means a shield. It comes from the Kemetic symbol called Nehet, which was the word for the woman's womb as it protected the child, which was the hexagon or the hexagram, which is where they get the word hex from, which means spell, which comes from the Kemetic word hek or heka, which means spell or magic. So they have this duality symbol that they use and they put on their flags. You may see some Hebrew Israelites wearing this symbol here on their shirts, on their hats. And if you ask them, can you please show us anywhere in archaeology where anybody who claims to be a Hebrew or an Israelite wore this symbol? In factuality, they cannot, because this symbol doesn't go back to that time. This symbol is actually a symbol of magic. Now I have here, look up Megan in Gematria. I'm going to introduce something to everybody, and I don't know if it's been used on the show before, and then I'm going to explain what it is. So you have the number 11, which is duality, and then in tarot cards, you can double that. Or sometimes the European doubles that and makes it 22. If we go over here to this, I'm going to introduce everybody to this. For those who may not know what it is, I'm going to type in Gematria calculator, and then I'm going to explain exactly what this is. Okay. So they call the Magan Dawid in English, but yet they're calling it a star, but the word Magan does not mean star. When you type in Magan into the geometric calculator, it gives you full reduction 40. So what the European does is he bases certain English words on one of these 4 principles of gematria for magical purposes, because numbers are words, numbers are letters, and letters are numbers. So you have English ordinal, full reduction, reverse ordinal, and reverse full reduction. And we have here in reverse reduction, we have gematria, we have Megan, as in Megan Dawid, and it is 22. And below it is 22, which is 11 doubled. But we're going to move on. Here's where the concept actually comes from. We have the Purim Haru, or the Book of the Dead, plate 10, and we can see the word Ba. If you ask anybody that studies Kemet consciousness, they will tell you the word Ba means soul. In actuality, the word Ba is your double, which is your soul, but it's actually double. So is Ka. So we have here the double within, and you see the word Ba F, and it is the double. We go over here, we see the same word Ba is soul, and over here we have Ba F, his double soul. Okay? Over here on page 90 of the Book of the Dead, we have the word Ka, which is the other etheric aspect of man, and it is also called the double. One moment, it is hot in here as well. It is also the double. And that is because inside of every person, there is light energy. Sometimes light energy can be seen through the body, seen through a camera that was developed in 1940 called Kirlian photography. And the Kirlian photography is a photography that shows the oscillations of light waves going anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 oscillations per second. That shows you light that is within and around the human body. Now the interesting thing, okay, hold on, I'm locked up. The interesting thing about this is that when they created their alphabet, they created it based on magic. When they created their terminologies, they created them based on magic. We have a very common concept that's taught to us as a child, and even as an adult. They say, if you go somewhere, make sure you're on your best behavior. Please be on your P's and your Q's. Most people in this room has heard of this term, P's and Q's, but if you ask somebody, what does that mean, to be on your P's and Q's? Nobody knows the actual definition, but everybody knows what it means. It means to be on your best behavior. The concept came from the concept of duality, and it came from the concept of do unto others as you would like done unto you, and it came from the doubling mirror principle. Because if you look at the letter P, you'll see it's a double of Q, and Q is a double of P. They're just reverse or inverse facing each other. So the letter Q is a P and P. Okay, Okay, everyone, I am back. Back. Hope you enjoy that little clip. If you want to see the rest, go to Sonnetter and look up teachings. Look up teachings. Tehuti teaches, and you'll see the rest of that. Okay. The question that the brother. The question. It was okay, so Netter the Great said, Tehuti, can you explain the fractions pertaining to the I? Hey, Afu wants to say peace. Say peace, Afu. Go hang out on the mic for a minute. Hang out on the mic for a moment. There you go. Boom. All right, hang out on the mic. All right. So when the class began, I was breaking down the Heket numbers with the I. Who is flying to who knows where. The Heket symbols with the 164th. And let me go ahead and answer that question. And one moment here. So much going on. Okay. So I'll go ahead and show what I broke down earlier so everybody can keep up. Keep up with that. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. And okay. So this is what I showed. This is what the brother Netter the Great is asking about. So I showed the eye of the Uwajid eye, and I showed that it was broken down into these what's called the Hekets, these mathematical equations in Kemet, 1/64, 1/32, 1/16, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2. And what does all this mean? What actually all this means are these are the numbers of creation that are symbolized by the 132. So if you look over here, you'll see this 132 symbol. And it is a symbol of wheat, but it is also the symbol of a swirl. Okay? Which is seen right here. This symbol here is all throughout Kemet, and it is this swirling symbol. And I'm going to explain how that swirl actually expands out at these numbers. Okay. Let's get into it a little bit. Okay, so first when we look at the swirl, it's called the Tet. Tet means emanation. Emanation is expansion, but how is it expanding? It's expanding through echoing. This is found on page 86 in the list of signs, tools 20 tools, number 2 in Egyptian language. And if we expand this, we'll see this symbol right here. Everybody can see. And the symbol they say is emanation, which is expansion, but look at the word that it's used. The word that this symbol is actually called is called the Tet. The Tet. Tet means an echo. This is where you get the word tut from. Tet is an echo. So it's not just a regular expansion, it's something that's expanding in a sequence that's echoing. This means following a certain pattern. That's what an echo is. It's following a pattern. You can trace it. It's not just random. Okay, what this is the golden mean ratio. Here's the golden mean ratio, and this is the expansion of how this expands out in the Fibonacci sequence parallel. So the golden mean ratio, which is a parallel of the Fibonacci sequence, because they expand out side by side. Fibonacci sequence, which is shown by the swirl, expands out at a 1, 2, 3 sequence. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. That is a Fibonacci sequence, and the golden mean expands out right beside it, parallel to it, but it expands out where if you draw a square, the largest of the expansion when it gets to the end is 1/2. If you go back to where it expands 1/28, and here is where the swirl begins, 1/32. See that? What's happening here is the golden mean ratio is an expansion of 1 and 1.6 expansion. Let me go ahead and actually show what that actually means. Let me see if I have it here. This is from one of my classes I taught. Here is the Fibonacci growth, but I want to go to the golden mean. So here we see the Fibonacci growing out at the 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. That means it's expanding at these ratios of growth, but it's right parallel with the Fibonacci, with the golden mean ratio. Okay, one moment, everybody. Okay, so when we look over here, you see the rows. See the box inside the rows. The box inside the rows is expanding at the golden mean ratio. What is that? That is this right here. So here's the golden mean ratio and how it ties into the number. Look how advanced we were. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what the Cometians. People are walking around with an eye, just saying this is the eye of Ra. It looks cool. It's the eye of Ra. What is this? The eye of Ra. Meanwhile, they don't know that they're walking around with the golden mean ratio expansion Fibonacci sequence of the growth of the universe. That's what the Cometians, it wasn't a fashion. It wasn't because it's pretty. It was actually a symbol of the expansion of how things grow in a Fibonacci sequence based on your body being a temple and your body actually expanding at a Fibonacci golden mean ratio that those numbers equal to. So here's what this means. When we look at a 1-1 ratio, a 1-1 ratio is a half. That's this first line right here. So if you take a mathematical equivalence of a 1-1 ratio, it just means that the expansion from here, this blue dot to this blue dot, is the exact same expansion from this red dot to this red dot. That means 1-1 equivalency. Okay? If everybody understands that. Now, the golden mean is a 1 to 1.6 expansion. That means from this dot to this dot, this one to this one is going to be 1.6 times bigger than this one. Okay? So this is the 1 to 1.6 expansion. What this means is if you have a rectangle and you divide it into the golden mean ratio, that means that the second box you create is going to be 1.6 times the size of the box beside it. If you keep expanding at that ratio and shrink at that ratio, the boxes start to shrink down to this size, to this size, to this size, to this size, and it goes smaller and smaller until it breaks down into the Heket numbers. These numbers right here. The numbers that are seen right here are the numbers of the golden mean ratio breakdown, which is what things are created from that your body is interacting with, which is why these symbols are symbolic of your senses that your body is interacting and growing with the golden mean ratio and the Fibonacci sequence. That's how deep the Cometians were. So if you cut the square in half, then cut 1/2 in half, that's a quarter. Now cut one of the quarters in half, that's an eighth, and so on. This puts the infinite in the infinite in the infinite sum. Eventually you flip the whole square into 1/64 is 360, 64 2 spots to 7 spots. Okay, so this is why this, is expanding like that, and that is the breakdown, great Netter. That is the breakdown of the Fibonacci sequence and the golden mean ratio. And if you actually look at your body, the Kemetians knew the human body was actually designed based off these ratios. That means it's growing out. Even the knuckle bones of your finger grow out at a 2, 3, 5, 8. That is a Fibonacci sequence. And it's also growing out, if you look at the bottom, at these lines, it's growing out at a golden mean ratio. Your fingers grow like that. Your ears grow like that. The length of your hand grows like that. Your feet, the body, which is your temple, which represents the as above, so below principle. Because as your body is created like that, so are aspects of the universe that existed for billions of years before your physical body even existed. And thus, this is why the Kemetians continue to use symbolisms that would unify that which they were doing on the planet to represent that which was expanding in the universe. The as above, so below principle, or as the Greeks took it, as the microcosm, macrocosm principle, that your body represents the universe. It's a universe within itself growing out in a Fibonacci golden mean ratio, and that is why the ancient Kemetians wore the eye of Heru. So actually that answers the other question as well. And if I take off the screen and kind of take my thing and point it downwards, you will see that that's what I'm wearing. See? That's what I'm wearing. And people wear it just as a fashion. When I wear it, I understand what it means, and I teach my inner circle and my students. That's what you're actually wearing. It's not an eye. It's a symbol of the golden mean ratio, the creation of the entire universe growing like that. Boom. Okay. All right. I am so much going on. Who wants to take my place up here? I need to go take a nap. Let me go on. Oh, thank you. Okay. We have oh man, now the questions, all these questions coming in. The brother, one of my moderators, shout out to you, Senetia Moon, reminding me of actually sent that DHNJ was reminded there was a question asked about who is God. And I wanted to ask the question when the person was there, and I forgot. I answered some of it and said I would answer more when that person is there. Whoever asked that question originally, if you're in the room, let me know if I answered that, and if you're in the room right now. And if I have time, I'll go back to it. Right now I have to answer the questions that are asked here, because I do remember breaking down who is God in one of the pod classes, but I said I'll break down even more. But we'll see. Okay, so we have some more support is sent. Netter Ankotep sending me money for more water. Hold on, let me see. Wait a minute. Sending me a donation. Oh man, he so far. I think Netter Ankh is the same brother sent money for rats and crickets or something. He's sending me money for water. Yeah, money for the snakes to feed them. Let me go ahead and my eyes are getting blurry now. We're about to wind down here. Let me see. Shout out to you, my brother. Where is he? Here he is. Netter. Shout out to is this you? Shout out to Netter Unkotep L for the $5 donation support for a couple jugs of water. Thank you, my brother. Actually, over here, I could probably get 5 jugs of water for that, maybe. Well, I drink Arrowhead. That's more expensive, but thank you, my brother. You sent more than a couple jugs of water. Appreciate that. Let me check something really quick. One of my moderators sent me something, and my eyes are blurry. Oh, CMOS? Let me see hey, I'll put our food back in there. Yeah, thank you. Brother CMOS, let me check you. Oh man, okay. Brother CMOS sent a question. Shout out. He did send a cash app. Who is that? Oh, golden one. The golden one is
999 is on the question.
Okay, golden one. Let me get this on the screen. My eyes are. Okay, golden one. Who I guess is also CMOS.
Yes.
Thank you, moderators, for straining that out. Let me check one more thing. I'm glad I have my great moderators to help out. I got another message from a moderator. Okay, thank you, Sinetia Moon. That came from Netter the Greatest. Yeah, Netter the Greatest is cool because Netter the Greatest is fine right now. Let me get to Golden One, who is Spice Island CMOS. One moment. One moment, everyone. I get my eyes unblurred. One moment, everybody. Oh, there's so much. Okay. Let me get my bearings on where I put information. Okay, shout out to Golden One, and who asked the question, I can't see it now. I gotta turn the phone sideways. Okay, I got you going. What is the meaning of life after death, according to our ancestors? That is a great question. Let me actually do this. Oh, is this it? Okay. All right, let me get to the screen here. What is life after death according to the ancestors? Let me actually read something directly from the ancestors that I just actually read to my family, called the from the scribe Pehari, Life and the Beyond. The reason I'm answering it like this is because I want people to see that I'm going to stick to what the ancestors actually said. A lot of times when questions like these are asked, you have to listen close because people just start talking from the top of their head. But this brother asked, what is it according to the ancestors? So that means I have to find something the ancestors actually said, and then we build upon that. That is actually a little bit more difficult than just spitting things off the top of your head from what you say it is, from what you have to put your ego aside. So I'm going to find something directly from the ancestors, from an actual scribe, and read it, and then elaborate on it. But first, let's find out what the ancestors said. Why? Because of our logo in the Tehuti Podclass. What is a logo in the Tehuti Podclass? It is ancestral artifacts over your opinion, over religious opinion. So what did the ancestors say? Let's take a look. I want people to go get ancient Egyptian, the anthology literature of the ancient Egyptians. You can also get ancient Egyptian literature translated by Miriam Lithium. That's volume 1, 2, and 3. They have it divided into Old Kingdom, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom. And I'm going to give you the page number from what the scribe said. Okay, so first I'm going to do a screen share, and then we're going to elaborate a little bit just on what the scribes of Kemet actually wrote themselves. So this is coming from page 17, volume 2. The scribe Peheri says this about the life and beyond. Because we have to understand that the word for death in Kemet is actually the same word for mother. They don't have a word for death in Kemet that is equivalent to the word for death that we have here. Death in Kemet is also the rebirth, because the word for death is mit, and that's the exact same word for ma'at and mut, which is the word for mother. When they translated this word and it got into Spanish, it became mort. Mort was just a warped way of saying mut. It became mort. And what is that? What is that Spanish Day of the Dead called?
Dia de los Muertos.
Dia de los Muertos. Yeah, there it is. Mort. Thank you. Mort, that's where you get the word mortician from. And mortuary, it actually comes from mut. And mut is the word for mother. And it's also the word for death. Because the ancestors in our Kemetic culture understood that death was a rebirth. And the goal was never to die. So the scribes of Kemet, the scribe Peheri, which you can go research this on page 17 of volume 2 of Literature of the Ancient Egyptians, says you come and you go out. All this is after death, supposed death. You're still consciousness. What is your spirit supposed to be doing? It's supposed to come forth and go out. That means moving freely. Your heart in joy at praise of the Lord of the gods. You're in praise of the Nitiru, a good burial after revered age. So understand that this is describing what is supposed to happen to you after your burial. What was the goal of death or life after death according to Kemet? Here is one of the explanations. After your burial, after old age has come, you take your place in the Lord of life. So it doesn't describe you dying. You're taking a place as a master of actual life. Inside or within the sustainer, because the word for Lord in the Metanetter is Neb, which means the sustainer. You take your place in the realm of the sustainer of life. So you continue to come to earth in the tomb of the West. You can come back and visit your tomb because you can recognize it, because on the other side, even though things don't appear as they do with our physical eye, you can still see the shape. So what the Kemetians would do is they would make sure they wouldn't do cremation. They would make sure that the tomb or the body was preserved and it was inside something else that was actually visible and recognizable on the other side. And that's why the scribe said that the Ba returns to the place that it's familiar with. We'll get into that a little bit later. It says, you become indeed a living Ba. So what happens after death? After old age has come, after your burial, you become something living. So you see the Kemetins are not acknowledging death. They're acknowledging that you become a living, a Ba. Right? You become the Ba again, which is represented by a bird that's able to fly around because it symbolizes your free movement in the Neter Kurt. It shall thrive on bread, water, and air, to assume the form of the phoenix, the swallow, the falcon, the heron, as you wish. These are all birds that represent free-flowing movement in Kemet. The phoenix, where they get phoenix, or the gene of gray in the X-Men, is from the Bennu bird, which was a bird that would flow smoothly across the Nile. They took this, and it represented your soul flowing smoothly outside of your body. And they took this and they made this into a bird that would crash and burst back up as its own flames, representing the light coming after the death, or the Per Em Heru, which is why they created the phoenix, which is why you have your phoenix, your Thunderbirds car, and your Phoenix, Phoenix, Arizona, right? And Phoenix, known as the hot city. Okay, look it up. They named it Phoenix because of the heat and the sun. Okay, representing the rebirth of Ra, or your soul. The swallow, the falcon, the heron, also birds of smooth flowing movement, and the falcon, of course, having the best sight, being able to see for 2 miles, representing the eye of Heru and the ability to see beyond the physical plane after death. You cross the ferry boat without being hindered. Okay, the hindrance is when your heart is weighed, or when you have negative energy around you, and that's collected and it's re-shown to you through DMT. When the body dies, DMT has gives a flash of light of all your past occurrences, and this is one of the reasons why people say they see their whole life flash before them, because the last thing you remember is the first thing that goes into the next dimension when you're reborn. So if you ponder on something right before you sleep, more than likely it will affect your dream. If you're shown something right at your death, all the negative and positive and all things that you've done, that's the first information you have when you cross over to the other side. So you can't escape your karma, as they call it. You can't escape what you've done, because you see your life flash in front of you and you memorize it and you see it, and then boom, you're on the other side. And if it's too heavy, if it's too negative, then you cannot flow across with the ferry without being hindered. That's what the laws of Ma'at describe, that you can't flow like the ferry because you're hindered and you actually sink. And you're stuck on the shore, symbolically, of course. You fare on the waters flowing flood. You come to life a second time. Revelations 26, Revelations 24-6. You coming to life a second time, right? Because that is all about what the Kemetins focused on, was coming to life, life after death, because there was no supposed death. Your Ba shall not forsake your corpse, because it can come back and visit your corpse. Why? Because the physical people are still on the planets visiting the corpse, and the Ba can go back there, and thus there was communication in ancient times between people and their ancestors, because they would meet back at their tomb. The people would go back to the statue, back to the tomb, and they would give divine offerings, and then the spirit of the ancestor would come back. I know this seems strange in today's understanding, but that is what all the ancient African cultures were about. All of the ancient African cultures were about placing food for your ancestors and having the ancestor spirits come visit you after their death, and that developed in Kemet first. So it doesn't forsake the corpse. It keeps coming back to where the burial was, because that's where your family is going to meet you. Your Ba is the divine amongst the spirits. Okay. Your worthy Ba converses with you. You see, the worthy Bas converse with you. This is what happens. Now you're on the other side, and this goes back to the question that Kamit asked about going to the other side of the astral realm and communicating with your ancestors, because on the other side you have beings that passed. They passed the test, so therefore they're worthy now. They're not the evil or negative ones. They're the worthy ones. So you can go there and communicate with the worthy ancestors. That was the goal. You join them and receive what is given on earth. So you're joining your ancestors in the death, and the people on earth are giving you now offerings. You're being given, you're the ancestor now. Now you can come back and advise. You can come back to the tomb. You can look back at the physical world and see your parents, your loved ones. They're there at your tomb, your sarcophagus, as the white man calls it, your mummy, as he calls it, and they're giving you things on the planet Earth. You thrive on water and you breathe air, you drink and as your heart desires. Now here is where your body parts the consciousness over your body parts are given back to you. Because if you go on the other side, whether it is through astral projection and the sleep world, or whether you die, you cannot do anything unless you have the power to control your body parts through your consciousness. So it says your ears, your eyes are given to you to see. So you have comprehension, you have focus, you have perception over there. On the other side, your ears hear what is spoken, so you can still hear on the other side. Your mouth speak, your feet walk, your hands, your arms have motion, your flesh is firm, your muscles are smooth. Your delight is all in your limbs. You count your members and they're all sound. So you're on the other side now, and now you realize that your body parts are still there. You still have the ability to move. You still have all of your body parts because you're the etheric double of what you look like on Earth, even though you can still shapeshift and change form. But when you get over there, you're now looking at your body parts and making sure they're all there. You're counting them. You count your members, all here, sound. Why sound? Because sound is a word used in English which is associated with being healthy, but it's called sound. But yet sound is the same word that you use to hear something, because everything is created through frequency. So when you get information, they call it sound right reasoning, or that information is sound. They keep using the word sound to represent something that is full, whole, and healthy. But what does that have to do with sound? And it's because on that side, everything is formed through vibrational energy and light and sound. And on this side, the same thing, because everything is vibrating. There is no fault in what is yours. Your heart is yours. And very truth, you have your own form or heart. You rise to the heavens and open the duat in any shape you desire, because now you can shapeshift, because you're light energy. And light energy doesn't have to hold any form. Light energy can take any shape that you want when you're in that frequency. When you're over here in the physical form, you're trapped by whatever your physical electrons have you trapped to. Once you become the Ba and the spirit form on the other side, now you can change shape, because there's absolutely nothing holding you to just one shape. Your consciousness now cause you to change shape. So to answer the question, brother, what is the meaning of life after death? According to the ancestors, life after death's meaning was the ability to continue, that you do not actually want to die. There's no life after death. It's a continuation and a transition. You just left your old suit behind, your old body behind, and the goal was to continue on to your next journey and to continue to collect consciousness and pure information and purify yourself so that you never ever have to die. That is the definition of life after death according to the scribe Peheri, and you can find that on page 17, volume 2. I hope I answered your question. Of course there's much more, but we're limited on time, but we'll just deal with what the ancestors said, as opposed to coming off the top of the dome. All right, I hope I helped you with that question, brother. And you can go get those books, so you can have some reading material to find out more, because there's several writings on life after death in the Kemetic writings. It's literally what the Kemetines were all about, was about eternal life. Everything was focused on that, and everything was based on never dying. just leaving your old body behind, having your final ejaculation and leaving the old body behind. Okay. Peace and love to you in that question. I hope I helped you out a little bit. Okay, maybe there's one more, and then we're gonna close out. The glyphs for okay. We have two more. Oh, it's getting late. Let me see who these are. Shout out to who's this? We have two more, and I'm gonna have to. So first of all, shout out to Anthony. I'm gonna have to put this. I'm gonna have to put this for the next podcast because I don't actually have time to. I don't have time to answer this like I want to answer this right now because over here it's actually going on 11 o'clock and my brain is is answered out for a little bit. This is a nice long question. But first of all, let me put you on the screen so there is a record that you did ask this question and you did give this donation. I appreciate it. We're gonna call this 18. Wait. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for this. And I'm gonna at least show the room, even though I'm not gonna answer this right now. One of my favorite questions too, but definitely limited on time. I can only take a couple donations right now because to answer questions now will go past 11 o'clock and I can't do it right now. Let me is this you? Shout out to you, Anthony M. Paruch. Oh, that's Alucard. Peace, Alucard. And I'm gonna send the information to get your book. For you to get your book. Actually, shout out to you, and let me see right now. One moment, my brother. Hold on. I'm gonna send you something right now. Send you something right now before we close the class, just to show the class that I am. I'm gonna respond to you right now in this fashion through email, and then from there we can talk more. Maybe I can answer more through the email or wait for the next class, but I'm going to at least do this for you here. Where are you? Anthony Produce. Here you go, my brother. Tell me if you got this email. Sent it out. That will help you out for now. And shout out to you. Tell me in the chat that you received the email. So shout out to you for the 777. Why is Orion's belt so vital to Kemet? We're going to get into that. I'm actually going to put a note. Let me put a note for that. And boom. Okay. So shout out to you, my brother. Let me know if you got the email. I received it. 100. Awesome. Good. We'll start off with there. Okay. Do with the email instructions. Do what you got. What the email said, and then we'll get into the Orion's belt afterwards. Just for now. Okay. Shout out to Senetia Moon to purchase books. Contact Tehuti. Thank you. Shout out to the moderators. Do I see Lamar Owens? Water time. Hold on, everybody. Okay, Lamar. It says, okay, shout out Lamar. Let me put this on the screen first off. Shout out to you, Lamar Owens. And I believe this is the same brother that I know, the same Lamar that I know who's always supporting. Oops. Shout out to you, Lamar. I'm going to put you as this. And we're gonna answer this, and I'm going to close with this one because I need to rest. One day I'll get rest. I teach class, everybody. I teach class every day, by the way. I teach class every single day, and some days I do 2 classes. So let's get to this. Is this you? That is okay. I'm looking for Lamar. People are actually donating in synchronicity donating. Like it's going 10, 10, 10, and then it's 222. Then the next person donated 222, and then the person before is 777, and then this one here is 777, and this one's 1777. This is like synchronicity class today. All the donations are like a reflection of the last donation number. Very interesting. Shout out to you, Lamar Owens. Can you break down the glyphs for Netert? This is I'll break this down. This one is not as complicated as the Orion. It can be, but I'm going to break it down just simply because I can just break it down simply for everyone. First of all, let me go to the Serpent of the Matrix book and see if I can find the page number and actually expand. Is this it? Okay. Yeah, here we got it. Okay. I'm on page 16. Page 16 of the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. And let me go ahead and do this, everybody. One moment, everybody. One moment, everyone. Brain. Let me get going through 2006, 2007. No. Okay. I think I got it. Yes. It's in Anthro? Okay. Anthro? No. 1 second, everyone. Yeah, it's in Anthro. This is something I showed in the Jabari class. I'm just gonna show it. Jabari debate. Okay, is this it? I show this in the Podclass as well. So let me go ahead and show this. Show this really quick. I'm going to do this as quick as possible just to show the words. Here, I'll do a screen share. So this is coming from one of my books, Stepping Out of the Matrix, which is actually coming from Stepping out of the matrix is on page 16 is actually just showing page 401 of the hieroglyphic dictionary, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. So here's the word neter. So if we look at the word neter, I'll blow this up and show it. If you see my mouse, here's the ack symbol. Here is the letter N. This is T, and this is an R. Okay, and then the netert just has this T after the T is just ends it. It's two T's. NTRT is netert. Okay. So just to understand the symbols here, this is where the netert, this is where the axe symbol comes from. The neter is actually this axe symbol, and it represents the oldest weapon and the oldest tool that was a weapon and the oldest tool for cutting along the Nile Valley. Okay, which eventually created this symbol right here, which became a weapon of protection in Kemet. This was the first letter in the word neter, and sometimes this symbol alone says the word neter. Okay, so that's the it symbolizes power of duality, the power of duality of killing something and defending yourself, which is the protection of life. So this axe was used as a weapon of protection in war and actually protecting yourself against an enemy. And it also used in ancient times for killing and cutting before it was designed like this, which was actually feed your family. So it was a symbol of power, of self-preservation power, which are the powers that are controlled by the oldest part of your brain, the reptilian brain, which controls the fight or flight mechanism. The fight or flight mechanism, which has you vibrating on a beta wavelength, which controls your sex, your motivation to survive, fight or flight. So your sexuality, your eating, all of those things deal with your most primitive self. And this axe actually represented both of them. The N right here is actually not just the letter N, it's actually waves. These are water waves, sound waves. They represent any type of waves or wavelengths, which are what things are created from. So before there was even water, there was the original aspects of minute creation, which are particles and waves. Particles representing the finite, the most finite of the physical, and waves representing the finite expanding, because they did a study called the double slit experiment and found out that particles are in actuality waves, and this is how things are created in their minute sense, out of particles and waves. The R represents sound. That's sound. Okay, which is what everything is created from. It's actually also the word for chapter or utterance in the Purim Haru and other ancient literature books. You see this symbol here used for chapter, and it represents sound utterance. I did a whole class on how things are controlled through sound. I don't have time to break it all down now, but I broke down how sound can be used for healing and how everything is actually created through sound frequencies. And that's why if you find the sound frequency that matches what creates an item, you can use that same frequency to destroy the item, which they show in glass breaking through sound. I did a whole class on that. And then finally you have the loaf of bread. The loaf of bread, which symbolizes sustaining food. The most popular food in Kemet, which I broke down, was wheat and bread. And it represented the thing that was eaten the most, the sustaining. This represented the woman, feminine, because it represents birth, or what gives you your original food, which is why ancient kings would be buried with their placenta at times. Ancient placentas would be taken out and put on the side of the door, or yes, buried with them, because the placenta was the original source of food. It was the original sustainer coming from the woman, and then it became associated with bread, which fed the nations. This is where you get the concept from in modern day time that child is bread, and that's why when a woman is pregnant, they say you have something in the oven. That something in the oven originally was a loaf of bread in the oven, because the woman was the producer of was and is the producer of life, and the symbol of sustenance and food and commit for life. The most commonly eaten thing was bread, and this represents bread, which represents sustaining things, that creates things, which is the female, because she is the original creator. That's why the word creator is actually feminine. Okay, so that is the neter symbol, and the netert, which is the feminine, has the loaf of bread just doubled. It has another T at the end. So this T inside of neter is taken and put at the end of most words that deal with something that produces. So they say it makes it feminine. What it really is, it represents the producing aspect, because before there was even a woman, there was feminine energy. But feminine energy is just any production, anything that can produce something. It existed before women actually existed. One of the reasons why you have a positive and a negative, or female and male charges, because this energy existed before women and men existed. We're just a manifestation in the so-called human form of that energy, but it represents sustaining and producing things. That's what the woman is, the original sustainer, because she sustains you in the womb. So thus the loaf of bread represented the woman, and that was your neter. N, sound waves, female production, and sound wave, light waves, photonic waves, female productions, and mouth sound utterance. And this is why when you look up the word Ari. The word Ari means to work. Work is where you get the word energy from. Look up the word energy. Energy is from the word werg. Werg, and werg is work, because the way that you produce something, or worked, or made something originally was through sound energy. So that's why you have the mouth there, that is sound, and also the word mouth means to work. It means to produce something, because things were originally produced through sound waves. I'm going to end it right there, because that's about enough for now. Okay, everybody. Let's go through and just give a couple peace and shout outs to everybody before I close down the pod class. First and foremost, I'm glad those who did appreciate the time for the pod class. I thank you for your appreciation. I want to give a shout out, of course, to the awesome moderators, Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, and Saneti Amun. Thank you all for assisting, sending me the questions that were missed, moderating the class, seeing things that I can't see, sending me messages, and helping everything run smoothly. Thank you to Ahati also for your assistance in what you do in the room. And I want to give a shout out to a couple people before we close. So shout out to Bird Flight. Shout out, of course, to Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to Stranger, who actually named the moderators. Shout out to this brother here, Aluki Shot, who says a privilege to be here, to Saneti Amun. Shout out to Marion, good morning from Switzerland. Everybody from across the world is here. Shout out to, Nani Asset is saying thanks to everyone for showing your support. Shout out to you, Nani Asset Mur. Shout out to everybody. Master K's in the room. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to everybody. Theslakin S. Shout out to you. Everybody in the room. Maurice Walker says thank you to Tehuti. Shout out to you, of course. Lamar says much love. Shout out to you. This episode should get a lot of views. Spread the word. Thank you, DH and J. Spread the word. Spread the word. Bring you know what? Bring the whole Asara set over here. Spread the word. I want them all over here. I want everybody to see this. Let everybody see this and everybody give their thoughts, opinions, and yes, do what DH and J says. Spread the word. Shout out to Jody. Much respect. Peace and love to all. Shout out to everybody. Everybody was really good. Kamit Sigil. You mean Sigil Magic? Nice. Okay, shout out to Kamit 101. Shout out to everybody in the room. This is the Tehuti Podclass. Spread the word. Go to Facebook. Contact. I'm going to put up the email again. You can contact me through email. Contact through Facebook. Let me put the moderators thing off. Moderators, shout out to you. But there we go. I'm going to put the support with Cash App questions. If you watch this video afterwards and couldn't make the class, you can still send support. You can still order the books. I communicate with people off and on throughout the whole week. Still send your support. Still send, and you can send in pre-questions sometimes before I even start the class. Shout out to everyone that came to the Tehuti Podclass, the lovely moderators, the strong brothers, the warriors, the soldiers, everybody, the musicians, the Kemetic Metergy, everybody. Kemet says out loud to the entire world, you're all welcome. Yes, shout out to you. New people in the room, Reggie. I don't know, some ears out here. We got Papa, who's this? Big Vape. Shout out to you. Everybody. Peace and love, everyone. Neeth says peace. Nets are the greatest. Love you all. I will catch you on the next Tehuti Podclass. You guys did great. I hope I helped everyone with this time. I'm going to get a nice rest now and have a beautiful weekend with my inner circle. My young son and everybody that I'm going to relax with. Going to get some entertainment from Sonetter. Watch some of that. But peace and love, everybody. Thank you again for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to everybody who came and everyone who supported. Let me check this one last time. Okay. Oh, of course. We can't end the class without... I'm sorry. I was wondering where the Black Dracula went. I can't end the class. I knew it. I was like, well, somebody who hasn't sent... Somebody's missing. Somebody hasn't sent support. Somebody's missing in the class. That is Black Alucard. Dracula spelled backwards. At the last minute, he has sent... where is he? He has sent... I knew the class couldn't end without Black Alucard showing some love. And of course, he has sent a 20 just saying thanks for the knowledge. Shout out to you, Black Alucard. We're definitely going to talk about you. You wanted to be one of my direct students and set up something individually. Yes, I'm trying to find the time. And we can definitely do that. And Anthony. Oh, yes. Before we end, 1 second here. 1 second, everyone. I'm going to do something in front of everyone to end the class in the proper way. I love ending the class like this. Let me do this here. Let me do this. Let me do this here. I got a email. I got a Cash App from Brother Anthony. Brother Anthony, if you are in the room, press a 1 or let me know that you are there. I want to do something here in front of everyone, just to show you that we are not playing around on the Tehuti Podclass. Let's see if this works here. Boom. And let's end the class like this, in this awesome way. Let's see if we can do it. Boom, boom. Anthony, are you in the room? I'm about to check the room and see if you are there. So, let me get to the room. Let me get to this. So shout out to Anthony Peruk. I'm actually going to put this up on the screen. This came in last minute. This will be how we end this pod class. Last minute, Anthony Peruch. I hope I'm saying the name right. Hey, it looks like he sent in Stepping Out the Matrix. Let me check the room and see if he's in here. Anthony, are you in the room? Are you here, brother? He says, is he here? Oh, wow, there's so many. My screen keeps scrolling up. I'm just trying to get to the bottom. Anthony says, I'm here. Anthony, do me a favor and check your email. Anthony Peruk, I am here. Check your email and tell me what you see. And in the meantime, while that's going on, I'm going to put up Anthony sent 25th. What's happening? Okay, here we go. Anthony, I believe this is you. Let me go ahead. Boom. And Anthony has sent. He says $25 for Stepping Out the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness. Anthony, thank you so much for your support, my brother. And what does he say? In 1 second, I got the books. So, do you see how fast it is, everybody? There it is. He sent the money in the pod class. By the time I could put it up on the screen and give him a shout out, he received the books already. Enjoy those books, my brother. That's how fast you receive books on the Tehuti Podclass live while the class is going on. Shout out to you. That's how fast we do it. One of the moderators is giving you a thumbs up. Sanetia Moon is giving you a thumbs up. Shout out to you and your support, my brother. That's how fast we work in the Tehuti Podclass. And on that note, let me put up the this. That's the email, the top there. That's the Podclass. This is the that's the PayPal Cash App for those who want to support last minute. Peace and love, everyone, from Neeth to me, to you, to all the moderators, Grab who's available? Who can you grab? Who? Ink Drop. I want to just put Ink Drop on the screen and give a shout out. He's at the top though. Yeah. You can just bring the whole tank down. He's gonna come up and try to eat you. Ink Drop is trying to eat her. Hold on, Ink Drop. He's going. Hungry Ink Drop. I want to say shout out to its lid off and yeah. Let me put him on screen before we end off. Come here, Ink Droppy. Boom. There we go. All right. Nice. All right. Ink Drop says peace to everyone. Neeth says peace. There he is, looking beautiful and gorgeous. There he is. He is a snake that eats other snakes. I mean, I feed him rats and mice, but he actually, in the wild, eats rattlesnakes. I believe I'm the only one. This is a morph that I haven't seen anyone with. I try to find another one, even from the breeders, and they cannot find another one of these guys. So I like this guy because you are so original with your ink drops. Shout out to everyone that came to the chat, that came to the class. Last minute we got Amun Ku Natiru. Shout out to you. Shout out to we got Nani Aset that tells everybody thank you for watching Tehuti Podclass. Sanetti Amun sends snakes. Lamar says peace. Says Unk Uja Seneb. That is how we're going to end it, on the Unk Uja Seneb. Shout out to everyone. Peace and love. Check me out every Friday. Come to class. Spread the word. Let everyone know. And we are saying peace.